Let's begin. Now, yesterday we had our first attempt, whatever. We found a Scyther on the second Dynamax adventure. We didn't manage to get to Suicune on the first one because we died because, you know, we had terrible composition in Pokemon, apparently. Second run we did find a Scyther, but still tried to go for the Suicune, but again, didn't succeed. So then we ran with this weekend, but we were obviously massively behind, which is why we have a 4:45:45 as what I did. But that gave me something to compare against, because during that run I was comparing against nothing, or occasionally checking in with like my 90% Sobble PB, but that didn't really make any sense, right? Now, I still have the ability to compare to something that looks more like... Oh, why is that a parentheses there? That shouldn't be there. Alright, it's trying to say compare, but it's like it's too long. Oh, whatever. So I don't really have any like way to compare to the old ones, I suppose, anymore. But again, if I'm on a DLC run, I don't really... Comparing to non-DLC run doesn't really make much sense. But I was actually intending to have that because I want to be able to, if I do this in the more, I want to be able to just run a Sobble if it's really good. In that case, it's nice to have something good, relevant to compare against. I did used to have target time, but I deleted that. But I can make it as a separate target thing, so I could, like, you know, have similar to how this one is just a fixed amount of splits. Like I could just compare against that one. But I haven't made that now. But it's very unlikely that we get a god like Sobble right now. But if we do, then, you know, I guess we'll just compare against nothing. Best segments. I don't know. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah. We just do this probably. Anyway. Enough about that silliness. So the end of it is still interesting. It was fun to run Scyther, but the problem is actually, like, if I was being serious about that speedrun, it would have been a reset instead of a Scyther, because of course, like, not finding anything in the first run through and then not even getting the Suicune, I mean, that's just like a non-starter, right? So going in again is not really viable. I guess we'll see now, but I mean, there are a lot of Pokemon that can be run, but obviously, like, you know, if there's something that hasn't been routed, it's a bit, again, difficult. Then I'd have to route it, but probably if you're serious about it, you only want to do the best ones, and then you'll have to reset a lot for those, so I don't know if it's something that I'll want to stick with, but it was fun to just do a different Pokemon and see how it shakes out. So today, probably we'll find something different. Main goals, in order to, like, try and make it more likely that we'll get to Suicune, like get through Suicune as the failsafe, is to, when we get to choose our Lord Pokemon, hopefully we'll have someone, and we'll, like, pick someone that can do good stuff against water. Ideally. Because we were kind of missing that in all the attempts. But this is probably, like, more or less another no reset, because 45 minutes in is a long time. Well, I guess technically I have time today for one reset. But that is the problem, and why I think I won't be able to run this category in a more long term, because realistically it would only be Saturdays where I would even be able to do it, because I'd have to, like, run 2 or 3 attempts and resets, and then I have to take a short break, and then I could run a couple more resets attempts. But only on Saturday. So I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess some Sundays I would have time as well, a little bit more time. But every other Sunday I'm doing something in the evening, like today. So, which is why I also have to start quite early. But I don't know, resetting 45 minutes in on pure RNG doesn't sound appealing to me. There are a number of runs where that is the case. This isn't the only one in Pokemon speedrunning, to be sure, but for my part, I simply do not have the time or inclination to do that, I think. But it would be nice to like get one run here that is like not good necessarily, but just like halfway decent. Like if I get a sub 430 or whatever, I'd submit it and just put it on and have it there. But the 445 is was so bad that I don't feel like, while it technically was an honest attempt, no. But I mean, really, since it's with DLC, it should be faster than my Sobble time, right? You know, it's supposed to be faster, but I mean, only if you get a good Pokemon, only if it's a good cycle and so on. But once you get those things, you know, which again, like you'll find, okay, it's not quite 45, it's actually a little bit further than 45. 45 is more if you're lucky or fast. 45 might be Peony, but you obviously have to go past Peony before you see what you get. So it is a long reset point, but after you've done all of that, you know, you'll be left with a Pokemon which you'll have decided is good enough, and it'll have a pretty smooth time for the most part. Some of them are not routed quite as diligently as others, which again like makes a lot of sense, because you wouldn't waste your time going there and getting a bunch of Scythers and trying to run it and see how it works, right? Scyther is A- though, so it's not a terrible one, but it's still not like, you know, the thing you'd want to be looking for. You know? Oh, that's terrible. Did I actually see 10, 11? I'm a bit unsure if that's actually what I saw, because that's like garbage for a Sobble. But I mean, you know, we don't really care about something. It'll potentially slow us down like a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as a Sobble. No, we won't be keeping him so long. Okay, well it became 13 now at least. Oh. Didn't check my speed, but speed again doesn't really matter. Well, none of this actually mattered. It's just I you know, I get in the habit of tracking it because I do it for couple of speedruns, and I was curious to see. But yeah, that was pretty bad, wasn't it? All around. Yeah. Let's just close that down. We don't care about subsets. It literally don't matter. However, if it should mean that if we are we'll see. If at level 8 we see 14 attack, we'll probably just use Pound for Nickit instead of Water Gun. Yeah. But if we're already level 9, then we pretty much we always Water. Bye hop. This is what was like the inverse of the Sobble that we would be looking for if we were doing regular any percent. Like it had nothing. And it had like the worst negative nature it could possibly have. Up, wait up! My feet were glued to the ground, I couldn't come along. Lord. That will never stop being funny to me. I don't like the Lord. Oh well. Oh well. Mysterious Pokemon gaze is fixed on you. His eyes are fixed on Rivendell. I did have a Lord of the Rings marathon recently. It was good. Oh, it was nice. Revisit the past, I guess. Simpler times. Simpler times indeed. Hi, Mum. My friend told me you would go sparse if, you know, I left without saying a word, so I'm gonna just show up here and not say a word. But at least I showed my face. Oh, crap. I forgot that I started the stream so early that the Roomba, or, you know, the robot vacuum cleaner would be starting during stream. But I think it shouldn't come through unless I'm speaking myself, so I'll just be quiet for a while and try not to get stressed out of my mind because of the thing making noise. Try being the operative word. Come on, can we get a level 5 sheep? Level 6 sheep? A sheep by any other name? It's just as cool. Oh, no sheep. No sheep. I just love how Charizard just like stomps into the frame. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Imagine my brand new phone possessed by a Pokemon. A ghost Pokemon nonetheless. Should take it back to the retailer and say like, my phone is possessed, give me a new one. They don't explain where the Rotom comes from. Is there like a movie in the... If you don't skip movies? No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Like, it's just like, you know, 1 minute you're sitting on your couch or sofa in your own home, playing on your brand new flash phone, completely without a ghost Pokemon possessing it. Then you come here to the lab and it's like, hey there, Rotom. And it's like, where did that come from? No one saw it. It just like suddenly occupied your electronics. Because I don't think they even explain. Like, you know, you would think that maybe she gave it to you so that it could act as a Pokédex or something, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. Of course, it's not my first time in a Pokemon set. Like, it feels refreshing in the beginning that they do this stuff because, like, wow, I don't have to reset for Sobbles, how nice, but instead you have to reset for other things later on. What, you're saying my mum's Pokeballs aren't good enough and, you know, you're trying to give me, like, your Pokeballs? I mean, he certainly gave me a lot more than Mum gave us. But, I mean, maybe we'll use a well, yeah, we'll use a Pokeball on Eternus, but I mean, we'd get one for free if we ran out, so... Really, we didn't really need any of those Pokeballs. We only needed the one. I mean, that was slow. Should go up or double input down. Should not do. Oh wow, this is gonna be a 4-shot. Well, that is what happens when your special attack is negative and like 0 to 9 IV. This is such a trash song. Oh no. Yeah, so we want to check attack and special attack here, probably. Oh, attack is also bad. They're both bad. This is just a Sobble that doesn't have any capability. Oh, bad. I hate the perspective there, so it's always risky when I have to go between the Pokemon like that. But it worked out. And before we die here. Because the Sobble is so bad. Because we had like, what, 11 attack? 12 attack? Something? I don't know. Oh well, it's anyway water gun on Blipbug, but it'll take a while. Let's see how much this does. Not a lot if you're... it's gonna be like a 5-shot. Let's try a pound and see if it's better. It's marginally better, I think. We're gonna pound. Still not level 9. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's gonna be a range on Bulu here, and it's not gonna be a good range. Because I'm level 8, and I have negative special attack, so it's not gonna be a 2-shot. Well, I mean it's... Well, yeah, no, it's not even, like, I can't even hit the 12.1% chance. So, it's gonna be a 3-shot on Bulu. Oh no. It's the worst Sobble I've ever seen. But again, we're not here for the Sobble, so it's fine. I mean, at the very least, I'm hoping it should take a lot for the run to be worse than yesterday's run, so hopefully, you know, PB will be nice to run. PB will be nice to run again. Oh, this is terrible. Never mind. PB. Really, it's just yesterday's run. It's not technically PB actually, if you consider, because the rules for any percent with DLC doesn't explicitly state that you have to take up Dynamax Pokemon. That would be a strange rule set, right? But the leaderboard is separate because it should be faster, assuming you get a good Pokemon and you're still getting a good run and everything. But since my 90% run with Sobble technically has a better time, that is also technically my 90% with DLC PB, because like it was faster by quite a lot. So, and it didn't violate any rules. But of course, again, like no one in their right mind would submit their regular Sobble runs that they have on the regular leaderboard to this one, because it's not like, sure, it doesn't violate the rules, but you don't just submit your run to every leaderboard just because. Oh, it's so bad. So bad stats. What is happening? That did so much damage. I almost saw it crit me. Okay, we must remember not to teach Water Pulse on the Team Yell double battle, because there's no need for that. Even with my negative nature, special attack is still better than my like regular attack here, right? You know, it's still growing more because of my base stats. So. Water gun is fine. Bad, but fine. I like the possible time save 0. Now the one thing is, since I did copy over my other Sobble splits, there are some golds out there which are Sobble golds, which should be possible to beat even with the Pokemon I go here, because for the most part, Sobble shouldn't be significantly faster on any given split after you get your new main. There may be the occasion one where he is, but typically you'll need as much, if not more, setup with Sobble as you would with your new alt mains. But they'll be higher level and everything, so they'll typically take less time. Typically. But there are splits, of course, where they're very similar, and it mainly comes down to optional trainers, movement, wild encounters, that kind of thing. And in those cases, it's nice to have the Sobble golds count, because those should be feasible here, right? So you know, you'll take a gander at the best possible time and go like, oh wow, you said you would submit sub for 30, that doesn't seem likely. And I mean, it is a bit unlikely, but if I get the right Pokemon and it's fast randomly, then maybe not. But the thing is, PB did spend far too long getting Pokemon from Dynamax Adventures, so that's where the majority of the time loss is. There were also some other things that happened later on, but no single instance is worse than that. But hey, you know, it comes with the no reset territory. Hopefully we'll get nicer wild area, although I mean, wild area wasn't too bad. Let's race, yeah. Oh, also, by the way, fair warning if you're here already, there's gonna be complaining about the heat during the stream. Currently it's still relatively early morning and it's not too bad, but I can already feel it. And accompanied with said heat in summer, there's, you know, an increase in bugs, there's an increase in like random itching and like generally this crap, I should have not gone there. What am I thinking? General discomfort and all of that kind of thing. I don't know why I tried to hug the wall here, I should have gone between them. Whatever. Guess I thought I could maybe squeeze by. Oh no, please Ziggy, no, Ziggy. Be nice. That would have infuriated me in a regular Sobble run, but you know, we're just trying this for fun mostly, so I'm gonna let that slide and just like, whatever, it was a random wild encounter we didn't need to get, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, we're not gonna teach Swift. Because we don't need it. We don't need it. Alright, so you might be asking, like, what are we actually looking for in Pokemon? Well, a Crocodile or Tyrantrum is S tier, so I mean, you know, those would be ideal, but the likelihood of one of them randomly showing up and me being able to recognize them, less. Diggersby is good, Dragonair, Flygon, Galvantula, Marshtomp, Raichu, Starmie, Wartortle, Hitmonchan, Tauros, Tentacruel, also all pretty solid picks. Last three there, Hitmonchan, Tauros, and Tentacruel only being A instead of A+. Can't remember having seen many of those submitted on the leaderboards, but those all have routes and are good Pokemon, so they, you know, set you up for success in a way, right? It gets worse from there. Then we have things that are A-, but a lot of these don't have easy routes accessible to me, but no, are we gonna have to do the Onyx? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he could kill us, and we have a pretty bad Sobble, but I don't know about defenses. Didn't check that. But there's a couple of A- that are routed, like the Den, Drakloak, Dugtrio, well, Alolan Dugtrio anyway, and Metang. Mr. Mime, well, Galarian, Mr. Mime, Noctowl, Salazzle, Scyther, which we did yesterday, and obviously, of course, Suicune. Toxicity. So basically, one of these are what we're looking for, more or less. Now, some of those I wouldn't be able to recognize. I don't, like Metang, I don't even know what that is, so that is a bit of a problem. So I'm aiming for, essentially, the Suicune. But if we find something else instead, that's fine. That made sense. Okay, so we're just gonna try and get killed by Onyx. I say try because he really doesn't like to cooperate. Ah, there's a Screech. Okay, you've lowered my defense, Onyx. Now I'm open for attack. You know. Oh yeah, crit. Exactly what I wanted. Dragon Breath. Okay, let's go. It's not quite good enough, but I mean that means that if he Dragon Breath again, I'll die at least. So now there's like at least half his moves will actually kill me. There we go. They were both then, sir. Was a bit of momentary hesitation on which one I should go for, but I think this is the fastest one. At least I have been assuming that and doing that for my regular sub runs. Since we're on the same side as the vendor here, makes sense to me. Now, this is where it gets a bit awkward though. If I'm really aiming for Suicune, I should be buying 21x special attacks now. If I'm not aiming for Suicune, may have a trouble. But I mean, I think I might be able to always just buy more later because we'll get more cash at some point, right? I don't know. But I think I'm gonna do that because it seems likely that Suicune is gonna be the outcome. One of the other ones being there is unlikely, I guess. I don't think we'll get screwed over with it, but it may be a mistake to do so, but I am gonna go ahead and do it. It's not like we're buying max special attack. Right, we still have 11,000, so that should still be like 11x attacks if we need. Generally, you need quite a lot less X items with these Pokemon, you know, for natural reasons, so money shouldn't be so tight. So if I end up finding another one and I need like 11x attacks, I should find, like, I should have enough cash to get those, I believe. But of course, if I get Scyther again, for instance, it's just a straight up time loss to buy 21x special attacks here. Like, not to mention that the X special attacks will be on the top of my inventory screen, so I'll have to like skip by them every time I do something. But we're gonna assume this weekend. And just eat that time loss if it's if it ends up being a better Pokemon this weekend. Yeah. We'll just like, okay, well we got a better Pokemon, so it should be a time save anyway. We'll see. Of course, Suicune is cool and all, but I mean, in one way I'm hoping for one of the other Pokemon still, because Suicune, you know, it's very standard, but also it's also a water Pokemon. Like we have that with Sobble. But I like the Scyther run because, you know, Gen 1, Scyther being a bit of a like more outlier pick, just turned out to not be so great, unfortunately. But it was mostly the fact that I was in the Dynamax Adventures for so long and parts of the route not quite working out on Route 10. Had a bad nature though. Negative speed, which didn't matter for Scyther much because he's so fast. But a positive special attack, which, like, of course, doesn't help Scyther in the slightest. So that was a bit unfortunate. Imagine if you had a positive attack or something. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have known what to make with it. The route was a bit bare bones in that regard. Didn't have a lot of the things that I'm used to seeing with the Sobble route, where it's like, if you have this attack, do this. If you have this attack, do that, and that kind of thing. So I would have had to, like, just assume on my own that, okay, I'm so good I'm so good attack that maybe I can skip this setup or whatever. Right? Hello, Sonia. It's the kids. Your supporting squad. It's interesting that we're still, like, an equipped Mystic Water here. I guess it's actually significant enough for these 3 fights to still warrant us equipping it. I mean, it doesn't take too long, but especially with the Suicune thing, since I assume we'll want to take it back. And use it for Suicune, which I guess is an added benefit with Suicune. But I mean, there are better things like War Turtle. Actually, interestingly enough, I got a War Turtle in the first time I just went to Dynamax Adventures, but I wasn't doing this run. I just had a run that, a regular Sobble run that didn't work out, and then I just went to the Dynamax Adventures to check it out, and then I got a War Turtle. Turns out it's an A+ Pokemon, and you know. But I was not prepared, so I couldn't really do anything about it. Hey, Nick Talks! Welcome, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, and hope you're doing alright. Hello, Randolph Atman 4 thing. I think. It was a long name. And welcome. We are doing our second attempt at an any % with DLC run. Yesterday we ran Scyther, today who knows what we'll find, but we're trying to go for Suicune if it works out. Or if we find something better, we'll do that. Tuscan Raiders! Hello, Darklifton20. And thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. And yeah, Nick, I hope you had a good stream. You love the speedrun sort of shit? Yeah, I mean, it's a cool one. I've usually up until now I've been doing the regular any % with Sobble, but I'm I got a sub 420 in that, and I decided to move on and try some of these and see how it checks out. I like it in a lot of ways, but what I don't like about it is that if you're trying to get a really good time, you're looking for just a few Pokemon out of all the ones that you can get in Dynamax Adventures, and that unfortunately means that you're resetting over like 50 minutes in maybe, which is obviously not ideal. But greatest stream in a month, lol. Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. Sounds amazing. Good. What were you playing? You shiny hunted and you got a shiny Politoed, so it was a fun night. Oh, it sounds nice. Very good. Congratulations. Oh wow. Wooloo actually helped. This is a miracle. Normally it just defends curls or attacks the other Pokemon or some other nonsense. Like, just watch him defense curl now, it's like, we're winning! Like, we're so close that he'll just like, oh no, actually, he's still trying. Sadly, not quite enough, but... It's a bit of an early stream for me, but that's how it shakes out. I have stuff to do in the evening, so I decided to just start the day with a nice Sobble. Okay, so I need to not learn this now. It is very hard for me, having run Sobble so many times, to not teach Water Pulse there, but so I did yesterday. But but we have no need of it. But yeah, I mostly stream Pokemon games these days. Didn't start out that way, but it's sort of like I started streaming this year and I've done a number of variety things, but I started just playing this casually and then I liked it a lot and I started speedrunning it, then oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. And now I'm just playing it a lot. I know, so occasionally we'll do the new Pokemon Snap, trying to work my way through it, but I'm doing it in short bursts. I would say I am a speedrunner, but I'm not just a speedrunner, right? I stream a lot of things. My particular brand is a very unpopular thing to do, which is Nintendo Present. I like doing things like play an old game like Ocarina of Time, and I'll play it without crazy glitches or anything like that, but just try and play it fast, but in a regular way, and do it in ideally one sitting. So I do that with a number of different games. But ever since I saw the Any percent run for this was kind of similar to how you could play it normally. I mean, you use a lot of X items, but there's nothing major breaking in glitches or anything, so I kind of liked it. So I would say I'm a speedrunner. I do, on the Any percent 1.20 plus, I do have third place currently on the leaderboard, so I think I'm allowed to call myself a speedrunner now. But I haven't, like, I don't have a long history of speedrunning. I've only been doing it for 2 months, and I only really have time to do it on the weekends these days. So. And I'll see what I do over summer. It gets a bit warm and hot here. So. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I've watched a lot of speedruns in my time, so it was nice to finally be able to do some of it myself. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for raiding and thanks for checking in. It's much appreciated. I need to pay attention now because I will very quickly just fall back into my old ways, but I am doing something different now, so I need to go to the DLC area. I mean, the dialogue is kind of like, challenge. It's not so much a challenge, you know, it's just mashing, and a lot of Pokemon speedrunner does have the issue that if you do it for a long time, you can get problems with your wrists and everything, because, you know, it's a lot of strain to constantly be mashing A, which you do for a lot of Pokemon speedruns. But the challenge mainly come from Pokemon speedruns. It's a challenge if you're not able to deal with, but RNG can be a bit brutal. So, because, you know, it's a Pokemon game, so obviously there's a lot of that going around. But other than that, I mean, it's just like being able to calculate correctly and deal with situations and things like that is the challenge, so I kind of like that. But the dialogue, you know, I think, you know, it's fine for the most part. But it is a lot of mashing in these like 4-hour runs. It has a lot of story, and you kind of like just plow through the dialogue without actually reading it or having much interest. But you know, it's it goes by fast enough when you do it the right way that it's hard to read it. But I mean, we know what it says, so it's fine. But at least it's not in Japanese, right? Technically, it would be faster with Japanese text, but it's a long-running history in Pokemon speedrunning to have those communities split up. So on the leaderboards, you'll have English language and Japanese language separately. Which happens to be very nice, because in a Pokemon game it is very nice to be able to understand what's going on. Like if someone speed drops you, it's very nice to see that it's a speed drop and not a other stat drop. So those kind of things. Whereas in something like Legend of Zelda, you will generally just do whatever language is fastest, because you don't generally need to understand text. For a lot of Pokemon you wouldn't need to either, but there are cases where you would be kinda lost in a way if you didn't. I like how there's a train that leaves for the Crown Tundra or the Isle of Armor with her, and then we go here and just also board the train immediately after. Must be a busy train station. It sucks there if you go to the Isle of Armor instead because you get a cutscene and everything and then have to go back. I haven't done it yet, but I've only tried it twice, so but it can happen. It's very easy to mash A, and especially here in the Crown Tundra. Most of the game you can mash A and it's pretty fine, but there's parts here if I mash A, it accepts my next A input very quickly, and suddenly I'll have said, yes, I want to go down this path, and yes, I want to swap Pokemon and all those kind of things. So so I'll need to be a bit more careful with that. I'll lose some time to not mashing, but it'll be better than doing the wrong decision. Yes, I need to remember to deposit Slowpoke, because he's not wanted. It's the Crown Tundra, look at all that snow. I could do some snow right now because, I'm from Norway and I don't like summer. It's too warm and not my natural environment. The last couple of years, summers have been a bit warmer than I'm comfortable with. But the summers of my youth were more like decent, barely even hitting like 21 degrees Celsius, which is livable temperatures. Alright, so let's head over to this guy. Like, he seems to be dressed for the weather, right? Look at it, like all of his thermal outfit and everything. He's got a hat and everything. And then his daughter is just there in her school clothes. Like, what? What? Why? Granted, there's another area where people are literally in their swimwear in a blizzard. Like, it's kind of strange. Hey, thanks for the bits, man. And thanks for the lurk. Alright, right, we're gonna kill this Kupraja. First, we'll just soften it up with Pound, and then... Oh no! It killed us. Of course, we're supposed to get killed there, so it's actually totally fine. Well, it was a bit... Actually slower than yesterday, somehow. Oh, right, it wild encounter. Yeah, makes sense. Also, a much worse solo. You get ready to head to hay, yeah? Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's early for me, but I recognize that for a lot of other people, it will be late. That's how time zones work. But yeah... Thanks for the follow, and yeah, I hope you will enjoy future speedruns. We're not done yet. And hopefully someday there will be a new Pokemon game, and then I can look into that as well. I think the Suicune route asks you to buy those special attacks because in the Suicune route you are planning to do Suicune, so you can do a couple of things that save time by assuming the Suicune. But we'll do like a quasi solution, I suppose. Hey, Roxy Gamer 007, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you so much for the bits. Much appreciated. Sure, I'm ready. He just runs on straight in. I told you, it's too dangerous. My middle name is Danger. Okay. Okay, so this is where it gets trickier. Okay. Don't want to invite others. Electric would be good against Suicune, so you know what? We'll try Jolteon. I'm not sure about it. Ivysaur might have been a better choice here, but I don't like Ivysaur either. So whatever, we'll try Jolteon, see what happens. Should at least be good against Suicune if we get that far. Oh, I didn't see anything here. No, it scrolls by far too fast. Fine, we'll go Fairy. I'm a bit scared about it, but I wasn't sure. I don't think I had anything good there. Don't know what I'm looking for really, but other than this weekend. Clefairy, fairy. Right, so I don't want to use up all my Thunderbolts because I'll need them for Suicune, and it has pressure, so it drains more of my other things. So I guess I don't know, Swift. I'll like rely on my other allies to do stuff. No. Shadow Ball might have been better actually now that I think about it, but oh well. Oh wow. Yeah, of course, poison. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, well, electric terrain, I guess. That would make sense then to max overgrowth. Ooh. Yeah. It is of course slow when you go for Suicune because you have to go through the entire thing. Yeah, well now it's no longer electric terrain, I think. Or is it? No, it's overgrowth now. Just sludge bomb. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need. No, not electric terrain. Why? Just damage the Clefairy. Thank you, please. It can Dynamax now. Okay. Endure. Okay. Problem with AI companions. They're generally not very very helpful. Unfortunately. Well, Clefairy is certainly not routed. And not something that I want. Are there even Moonstones? Could I even make it to Clefable? Okay. Okay, well, oh no. I don't even... Both of these are bad for Jolteon, obviously. But I don't know, we'll go the rock one, I suppose. Marginally better than ground. Possibly. Oh, look at my determined face. Although this is apparently rock steel, so I'm regretting everything, but we'll see. I mean, Thunderbolt is effective, but I'll try Shadow Ball. Aqua Jet, now that's good. It should have been good, but it's barely. Ow. Well, that's what happens. I was kind of screwed. I guess I shouldn't have done Clefairy, but I didn't quite catch the fact that I was that doing the Clefairy would lock me down here. I didn't catch that they were both rock and ground, so with my Jolteon it was bad. I mean, would have been great with my Ivysaur apparently. Ivysaur would have been the good pick. Clearly. Okay, well, it didn't Iron Tail me, but it is a bit unfortunate because it's we're taking damage here, and like since Clefairy is dead now, the storm's getting stronger. So I mean, we're going to have a harder time with Suicune if we get to Suicune. Still haven't actually, like, you know, gotten to Suicune. Like, I've gotten to Suicune, but I've never actually defeated it. So I'm still a bit unsure what people do, because you don't have items or anything. So it's not like you can. Oh, well, we'll just have to check that out. Okay, well, water is gonna be my choice here. I mean, a bit unfortunate that we skipped the berries, so I don't get to heal, but whatever. And before this is like Marshtomp or War Turtle, which I'll want instead, but we'll see. No, it's red. No, you. Okay. I'm gonna have to use some of my Thunderbolts here then, but hopefully we'll be able to get through this before it kills me. But it is rock, so it might actually use rock on me, and then I'll be sad. Very sad. Oh, a crit? Well, I'll take it, I guess. Okay. I don't like how damaged we are, but okay. I don't like it at all. There's the electric terrain again, I guess. That's all Stunfisk can do. I mean, I'm not sure I agree with this. But it did help in this case, but I'm not sure it's gonna help for Suicune. And he's gonna like replace his Stunfisk with his Dreadnought now, isn't he, anyway? So basically, if I don't get the Suicune here, which feels bad because we've already had someone die, and Suicune's gonna have a good time against Dreadnought, and we have like no health, so it's a bit unfortunate. I don't know if we can take this many deaths. We'll see, I guess. Hi, Suicune. Still don't know. Like, maybe I should watch some strats on it, but I guess They say you can always do Suicune, but I mean, honestly, it feels like not so much that I need to hit my allies to die faster, it's like I can't even make them last long enough. Well, as long as it doesn't attack my Pokemon. At least we have like some super effective moves. Like a Dynamax, like I probably should. It's very slow, but I'll need all the power I can get. And if it doesn't kill me, I'll get like another one of these, so I think it's worth. But it'll probably target me, but I'll try it. Because I'm banking everything on trying to get this weekend, because otherwise I think the run's over. Like, I don't want to do what I did yesterday and just go in again and see what happens. Because that was silly. But it would have been nice if I had full health when I did this. Okay, well, Extreme Suit and that is good. Okay, good. It's getting desperate, I don't like it, but as long as it doesn't kill us now, we might be just fine. Because we're doing some damage. This, like, having something that's super effective against Suicune does add up, right? Yeah, excellent. Okay, good. There we go. Finally. I haven't caught Suicune since, like, I had Pokemon Gold. Well, we got this again. It's still kind of slow, right? To have to go through the entire thing, but sorry. And by kind of slow, I mean like very slow. Like if we were to compare against, I don't know, world record. We're very behind, right? We should be almost defeating Hawk 3 already, but I mean, he did get the crocodile. On Den 2 and then die, so we had to go through the entire thing, and not it wasn't particularly fast. So, but we were of course also like over a minute behind on P on it. Still, boy. So it's another water Pokemon. I mean, it's not Sobble this time, but whatever. No, okay. Well, I wanted to talk to her. Oh, I can get 3 of them? Okay, well. I don't know what to use first here. I'll use these 3. Overcome Mind, yes. Doesn't say anything about the rare candy, but I'll use it now, whatever, why not? Probably a huge mistake, but I did it anyway, so I mean you can stop me. This is a very slow way to do it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I can't leave them. Okay. I felt like I probably had to talk to him, but I was trying to cheese out and not having to. I don't know. Doing the rare candy probably would have been sick, but yesterday I had the Scyther route, and I thought the same. Like oh, I better not use the rare candy because I might need it. And then throughout the entirety of the run, like never needed to use, like never was said to use the rare candy, and then like, going into the menu to do it later doesn't make so much sense. But whatever. But it was a bit of a waste since we were halfway to level 70, but you know what. I don't know. Didn't check my nature either, actually. Maybe I should do that. Would be nice to know. But it'll be time loss to go into the menu to do that. But I have to go to the menu to fly, so maybe I could do it. Maybe. Oh. Turns out it is actually just neutral. Okay. It may even be a fixed nature since it's special, but whatever. My house, I don't want to go to my house, but I do want to go to Westmont. Neutral, I see. Oh, no, I will need to read something. A lot of things that I'm not used to doing in this run. No, not rate a nickname, come on. Yeah, I don't talk to this guy often enough. I did yesterday with Scyther, but... surf over liquidation. Okay. Where's there it is? Okay, yeah. So this is a terrible run, I'm sorry, but like, it is what it is. Okay, so my special attack is higher than attack, but only barely. Pretty high defense is 155 speed, okay, good enough. My pressure, okay. Problem with Suicune is it's gonna do that every time. It's gonna be weird to run a Pokemon that actually does that, but okay. Apparently it's viable. I mean, it is a legendary, so I mean you would expect it to be pretty decent. So from this point forward, like, you know, another hour or so, we'll just generally not really have any problems. Shouldn't anyway. 2 hours maybe. It's like we're using a stream suit because using Surf on Hop would be bad because that's one super effective and it's just... You just can't shut up about it. Oh look, it's a major gold. Yeah, so it's much better than Scyther Run because again, like, we went to the end of it then with Scyther Run, but we didn't get the Suicune, and then we had to go in and get Scyther. We still tried to go for the Suicune, but we failed, so like we had the Scyther, but it was very late. That's 12 easy minutes. Please no Ziggy. Please no Ziggy. Please no. Ah. Maybe I could have dodged him, but I didn't want to stay in the grass there. I think I was safe from the last, but staying still and waiting for 6 seconds aren't my thing. But unfortunately, every wild encounter is going to be a little bit worse with Suicune than I'm used to with Sobble because of the exerting your pressure, exerting your pressure, exerting your pressure. Not exactly a very useful ability to have either in a speedrun because, like, enemy using more power points for the attacks don't really come into play for us, you know? So yeah, we saved 13 minutes over yesterday's run. Well, that helps. But I mean, by itself, that's still only a 440, no, 432. Not quite enough for like me to bother submitting it, but I think it could work because I think the Suicune route is likely to be more thoroughly routed. So I think unless we made a huge mistake with the rare candy there, in which case there are other rare candies that we could get. None that are, like, you know, extremely accessible, but you know, there are rare candies that we could get. We could get one now, for instance, if we really wanted to safeguard. It's a bit of a time loss to go that way though, so I don't think we want to. There is the one on rolls, but that's very late, so if we needed it before then, but I don't know, maybe I should check that actually. I could just search for rare candy. There's only one mention of rare candy, and it's picking up rare candy in Pokemon Trainer Hub, so route does not say. I think they just copied over from the Sobble route, and then this is where it leaves them. Kind of makes sense, I guess, but I still dislike that. It says to pick it up, but then if it doesn't say to use it at any point specifically, it's a bit vague. So oh no, I don't need that. I was on my Sobble route. But I think it's like a leftover because of that. But then it's like, okay, well, so you pick up the rare candy, which is fine if you needed to, like, for instance, evolve water. But since you buy the XP candy, EXP candies, you would anyway have enough to evolve. So I don't think you need to pick up that rare candy. Or if you do pick up the rare candy and you do need to pick it up, then it should say when to use it. But I'm gonna assume that it was right to just use it when you use the EXP candies. It probably wasn't, but like, whatever. It doesn't say to use it anywhere else, so seems suspicious, man. Like, of course, I could pick up another rare candy here, and then we could pick up not the one on Route 6, because that would be silly. But we could pick up the one Rose Tower, and we could be like a very high level if we really thought we needed it for safety. But I think like last run we had 6 like ores, so we got less rare candies than we did this time, actually, because this time we got a lot for completing thing. But obviously in the Suicune route it must be assumed that you get all of them, since you always complete it. But so am I a level higher than I'm supposed to be or not? I don't know. Would I have needed to use that rare candy later? I don't know. The route doesn't say anything about using it later, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's totally fine. If not, I assume that it will be in the very late game that you would need rare candy anyway. And if I feel something is off before then, I can always pick up the one outside of Rose Tower. It's not such a huge detour. I mean, it's about as big detour as this one, I guess, but whatever. Look at those flowing, weird tail thingies. XP curve on this thing, like, it's not even. But yeah, like, it's 65 without the XP candies, and then it gets to 74 with all the ones that we got. And then we put a rare candy it's level 75. It's like, wow. But see, I think like getting the XP candies, I think maybe that's not actually. Okay, just slow on the. What? Oh, I didn't have. Very slow split, but whatever. I didn't have double hotkeys on. But I wonder. I think it's like if you're pushing for a really good time, you're rather trying to run it with like less XP. Like, you know, it's still gonna outlevel virtually anything. Like, it's a level 65 Pokemon is still higher level than your Sobble is throughout the run, right? So unless it's massively worse than Sobble, it shouldn't be. It should just be faster overall, right? But I think, you know, doing a level 65 Pokemon is completely acceptable. But I think that for consistency and for like new runs of like when you're doing the Suicune route, you're clearly not going for like the very best of the best things. So it wouldn't make sense to be to a short shop to give you 9 levels. It's a lot of stats. And maybe it only works out because of that, what do I know? But the rare candy I'm still a bit unsure about, but I doubt that it's gonna hinge on that. But I have already used it, so I don't know. But because I was already halfway to the next level, it wasn't a very efficient rare candy. I could have waited until I leveled to 75 naturally and then used it, but that would require another menu, and it's like, I don't know. Wow, actually we use extra sensory on Eldegoss? What, is it actually so beefy even at level 20 that we have to use not surf on it to kill it? Wow. Okay then. Maybe I didn't need to Dynamax on Suicune actually, but it felt like the right call, and I think I did a lot more damage. I think I would have had one more round if not, and there was always the chance that it was gonna hit Jolteon, and if I died we could get kicked out because I was clearly the only one doing real damage there. So. I like these 90% with DLC route documents. They're very Like the Sobble one is very thorough. Like it still explains in the beginning. It's not a like walkthrough guide. You need to know what to do for the most part. And of course, it will say things like head to the gym. It doesn't like describe exactly how or whatever. But these animes with these heroes are several pages shorter because they just list the trainer battles, and the list is pretty much just use this move, use this move, use this move. It's like a little bit on puzzles, but for the most part, it's just trainers. But that's fine, you know, I've done the sub things I shouldn't, like, not the in-between battles thing, that should be the problem these days. Although, there is the puzzle on Gorgeous Gym, which I frequently get wrong. I wonder how they've listed it in this one. I really do need to practice the Gordy puzzle if I'm ever gonna push for a good time in anything, really. But yeah, with Sobble, there's so many calculations for like what's safety and like when you need to heal and all those things. Not a concern with these Pokemon, you know, which makes a lot of sense, right? But already with all of that time save, you can see my sum of best, my best possible time suddenly drop below 419, which means that theoretically, if I just play as well or better than my Sobble throughout the run now, I can get a better time than I have in my any percent with Sobble thing, which is the assumed case. Like if you have a good Pokemon from any Dynamax Adventures and you didn't make any huge mistake or it wasn't too late in the adventure, it should be faster, right? The detour still saves time. It hasn't saved time yet, because currently, of course, you would be looking at sub 1 Milo in a good run. We're clearly not getting sub 1 Milo, but you know, we will save some more time over the next hour or so. But after B, it sort of starts evening out. Like after B, you're not getting so much time save from having a very high level Pokemon anymore. Because Sobble would one-shot most things there as well, although usually he sometimes needs to use a special attack first, but it's like 10 seconds, 0 seconds, I guess not. But Suicune, however, I'm not so sure about. Suicune might save more time because it's a legendary and it's so powerful. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Still don't like the pressure thing, but whatever. Also, apparently, like teaching Hydro Pump scares me a lot. Because the fact that we teach Hydro Pump indicates to me that we're supposed to use Hydro Pump. Using Hydro Pump scares me because that'll be a range. Like, it's a chance to miss. So that scares me. Oh, come on. Not the best Wooloo. Okay, we're gonna try and not get the Woololution this time. Although sometimes the Woololution is not something you control. Sometimes the Wooloo takes the reins. I'm doing weenie strats, I know. It didn't work out yesterday, but we're gonna be even more weenie this time. So yeah, it's looking much better than yesterday's run, Scyther, but it is. But it is not like looking better than the PV so far, right? Which is fair. Like we've had major detour. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. So when you look at the time on Peony, really, like Peony should be a little bit. He's a little bit later than Hop 3 would normally be. So every time, all the time between Peony and Hop 3 is like actual detour territory. And you can see that's 16 minutes. So that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time for a detour. But it does save time over the run, is the theory anyway. Hey, Skipperoo! Hello and welcome. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. The route is just surf, extrasensory, extreme speed, surf, extrasensory, extreme speed. So different from what I'm used to. But I think for the most part I should be safe just blindly trusting this route, because there's been a lot of Suicune runs. Now, of course, I still won't get a good Suicune time, unfortunately, because I'm not particularly good at the Dynamax Adventure thing, because I haven't really explored it, so. But there's like 7 Suicune runs on the leaderboard. Best one being 4:05, which is a pretty good time, so you can get a pretty good time with the Suicune, right? Worst one being 5 hours, 10 minutes. That's submitted anyway. But yeah, if I get sub 4:30 with this, it'll be like the 3rd best Suicune run. So yeah, I think I'll stick to my thing. Like, if it's sub 4:30, so I'll just. Submit it, I guess. Makes sense. No, not exactly. Really, what this speedrun is all about, any percent with DLC, it's still regular any percent. So the goal is to beat the game, get the credits after you beat Champion Leon. In order to do that, you can do whatever you want in this category. In the regular one, you're not allowed to visit any of the DLC areas. So the one that's called just any percent, you can't go to the DLC areas. In this one, you're allowed to go to the DLC areas, but there's no requirement for you to do anything in particular there. So you could just ignore it if you wanted to, but no one does, because what you do is you go over to the Crown Tundra, you do the Dynamax Adventure to get a level 65 plus Pokemon, and then you use that Pokemon to steamroll the first half of the regular gameplay, because of course everything is much lower level than you here. So it's a very different run from the regular any percent, which is what I've usually been doing, which just takes Sobble and runs through with the regular Pokemon experience of speedrunning, where you X item and squeeze through, which I like a lot, but it does have a lot of RNG. This one is more consistent when you have a good Pokemon. It's less consistent in the way that until you get to the Dynamax Adventures, you don't know which Pokemon you're gonna get. And not all Pokemon are created equally, so a lot of them are not viable for like a good run. But you'll still be fine for the most part, right? But not everything is routed, so you don't really you wouldn't really need a route for the first half of the game, because anything one-shots almost. But towards the late game, you'll need to know what to do, and certain Pokemon are so bad that there hasn't been like serious attempts at routing them. Suicune, however, since you can guaranteed get Suicune, has got a pretty solid route, so I'm trying it out. Yesterday we tried Scyther. It was very fun, but we had some rocky business in the late game where there was something that didn't quite add up. Yeah, bike time indeed. It's gonna be nice. We need to go fast. Having good time over yesterday as well, because yesterday went through Dynamax Adventures twice. What am I doing, sir? And not only that, but also had the Woololution on Milo, so that's why we're 14 minutes ahead of yesterday. But, this is a very high level Suicune, so we should be fine for a long time in terms of the Pokemon battles. But there's still a lot of movements and stuff. You still need to dodge all the same optional trainers. You still need to do all the gym puzzles and mash through text. So it's not exactly like the high level Pokemon completely trivializes the speedrun, but it does. For the early game, it does sort of change the focus a lot. Oh, that was a bit of an inefficient movement. Don't like it. I'm a bit torn on the any percent with DC. I like it because it's fun to run different Pokemon, and it's nice to not deal with so much RNG and so on. But here we are. But it would have been nice if you evolved your Scyther after the fire jump with the scissor. Yeah, I guess. But Rock didn't say anything about it, so I don't even know what you have to do actually to evolve a Scyther into a scissor. As speedrunner, I mean, you know, it does require some Pokemon knowledge, but also I only recently started. I've missed out on many years of Pokemon knowledge. I really stopped after Gen 3. So for the most part, I just I run with the guides, whatever, so it's limited to what's relevant for speedruns. Everything else is a bit like random whether I know it or not. I'm not gonna upgrade the bike, no. It takes too long to go to the wild area and get watts to upgrade bikes, so you would never do that in a speedrun. You would just take the bike as you have it and run with it. Because you're forced to get the bike anyway. But the bike does save time, so depending on the manner of getting a bike, you would probably still get it, but like, as with anything in speedrun, you only do it if it saves time, generally speaking, or if it saves you a lot of risk. But it has to say pretty good like consistency. It would have to remove a lot of risk in order to do something that's not efficient in terms of speed in a speedrun, because Pokemon speedruns are all about accepting RNG and just praying for the best and keep going until you get the case that you want. Somehow Hop 4 was actually slower. I guess Hop maybe did some, yeah. Ah, right. Okay, well that explains it then. In general, there are no Pokemon speedruns that allow for trading or multiplayer. There's a couple that allow for multiplayer. There's like there is a specific leaderboard extension for this game, for instance for Dynamax Adventure, where you can be 4 players. But in general, you'll find that most of the mainline leaderboards will not include trading. Even like something like all Pokemon in Red and Blue wouldn't generally do it. Not that would really be feasible anymore, but it's just trading with something is a bit of not good for speedrunning, because it requires having a participant that has the required things, which is a resource-intensive thing that you can't really. But it's something that was truly cooperative, you could probably do, but like you wouldn't normally. So, for instance, in most of these speedruns, specifically online features are banned. It's not that if I accidentally press Y here and I opened up the communications menu, it's not like it's gonna invalidate the run immediately because it's not saving me any time. But for instance, if online things were allowed, you could theoretically just trade for a very good Pokemon, right? Now, of course, you have the in-game mechanics of like disobedience and such to guard against that. But there's a number of things you could do. There are routes for trade alt mains, where you, in this game, for instance, start with a level 7 Pokemon, any Pokemon, but it has to follow certain rules. But so then you can get like bred Pokemon that has 31 IVs across the board and your ideal nature, but it's its own thing, because that is not fair to run on a leaderboard where you play with just the game and don't have other games, other save files, other people to give you a boost in a way. So in that speedrun that I did yesterday, then it would not have been possible to evolve Scyther, which is why the route doesn't mention anything about it, because if it's trade, then it doesn't happen. Not only that, but I would also have to like find the metal coat and give it to it. So, but, yeah. So speedrunning Pokemon is quite different from like playing it normally in a way. So. Scyther was, however, strong enough to close out on its own. And, generally, of course, evolved Pokemon are much better. So. But, when you're level 75, most things work. It's the water gym, so we're just gonna surf, and surf some more. Just got a level 31 coughing in Pokemon Quest. Nice. I mean, I much prefer the Gen 1 like original coughing and everything to the Galar coughing and wheezing. Well, the wheezing mostly, coughing is pretty much the same, but the wheezing is just very strange in Galar. But That's me. Yeah, no, I started out with Pokemon Red in my day. Then played Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Gold, Pokemon Sapphire. Then I sort of fell off the Pokemon bandwagon for a long time. I did play Pokemon X, but only once. Then I returned for this. And then I did some of the backlog, so after I did this, I did do Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. And I watched some runs of it, so I know a little bit about what goes on there. But a lot of the side games, I don't know a lot about. I did play Pokemon Stadium, like the one for Nintendo 64. But, yeah, you like the Galar one because you don't see Poison and Fairy combat. Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. It's just, I would have rather they made a new Pokemon that has interesting types than to revisit an old Pokemon, say that it's the same Pokemon, but that it's just a regional variant. I don't know. I just don't like that concept, actually. I kind of liked my coughing and wheezing the way they were. Same thing with Raichu and all the other ones. Especially Ponyta and Rapidash. Ponyta and Rapidash were robbed. I like my fire horses, and then in this game they're just like My Little Pony, which there's nothing wrong about. It's just they didn't have to be Ponyta and Rapidash. They could have just been some new Pokemon that they made that were like the fairy horse or the psychic horse. So I don't know, but I can understand the reasons why they did it. Like it makes some amount of sense, and they're always trying new things, which I can respect. But personally, I am a bit of an old grouch and a boomer, I guess. So I'm like anything that's older than what I played back in my youth. Just like I don't like it. Mega Evolution, I don't like it. Gigantamaxing, I don't like it. Max rates, I don't like it. Like it's just I'm getting a bit of a grouch in that regard. I'm trying to be more open-minded, but it's hard to change my old ways. So incidentally, if they just like made Pokemon Red 2, or I would guess like Pokemon Super Fire Red or something like that, Radical Fire Red, then or for Switch, then yeah, I would like that. But I mean, they'd probably include all of the new stuff anyway, so. Yeah, I generally don't like the new things. I mean, I liked a lot of the old designs for a lot of the Pokemon, so I didn't like that they needed to like revisit them and change the design and call them a regional variant. Could have just made new Pokemon. Some of them aren't even that inspired, I feel. Like, sure, you made a new Pokemon by making a Alolan variant of Dugtrio, but really you just added wigs to them. Like, it's not... I don't... No. Also, the Galar Zigzagoon, I don't like it. It looks so crazy and weird. The original Zigzagoon is adorable for a raccoon, but the Galar one is it's just crazy. Also, Galar Meowth is a travesty. Like, what did they do to my... Berserker is kind of cool, but the Galar Meowth is just... I don't even... See, now that I could get aboard with, like, different evolutions. It's like, oh, right, you have this Meowth, it can evolve in this way and that way. That I could get aboard with, because it's a different Pokemon. It's Berserker, not Persian, right? But the fact that they call them the same, Meowth, and them being actually radically different Pokemon doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, I mean, if you only played Let's Go and Sword, then it's you miss out some. I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon that I just don't even know. There's like over 900 of them, and I'm pretty solid on the first 151, and then the 100 that got added in Gold, I had like decent experience with for the most part. Well, I mean, not all 100 of those were in Gold specifically, so. But for the most part, I got that. Sapphire, I'm a bit more shaky on because I didn't play it that much, but I did play it some, so I, for the most part, remember it. But after that, I just, like, there's a bunch of new Pokemon that were added that I have no idea about, so I see a bunch of Pokemon in Sword that, to me, seem like new Pokemon from Pokemon Sword, but that are actually added in some other game, Oh, I like that counter so much. Can I have it, please? Let's Go Eevee, yeah. Ah, good, you had Let's Go Eevee. I was gonna say, like, if you had Let's Go Pikachu, I mean, you know, I'm not sure. And you can enjoy what you want, but, I mean, obviously, Eevee is better than Pikachu. I mean, it's just fact. Besides, we already had a game where we could play as Pikachu. Well, we could play with Pikachu, not as Pikachu. That would, well, okay, there's also been games where you could play as Pikachu, so. But, no, I'm like, you know, I played Pokemon Yellow. I've already done the experience where I'm like pretending to be Ash with his Pikachu, so, you know, the ability to pretend to be Gary with his Eevee was much better. Oh, see, I was doing my Sobble thing. This is the danger of having run the other one so much. I'm just like autopilot going to buy the items that I need, and it's like, no, I don't need those items. Ooh, that was close. So that's time loss, sadly. Because of all the evolutions. Yeah, Eevee is awesome because of that. Of course, you don't get to evolve your special Eevee in Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. But you can catch other Eevees that you can evolve. So I had like a Eevee party with Eevee and Flareon, Jolteon and Vaporeon. And Charizard. Because you could fly on Charizard, so I liked it. Then I think I used Articuno? I don't know. Ah, you're a Sylveon fan, I see. My favorite is probably still Espeon, I think. But I like all evolutions. Except Vaporeon. Vaporeon can, like, you know, go somewhere else. It can be cool, I guess. Like, it's pretty nice in new Pokemon Snap. But Vaporeon's just kind of weird. But yeah, no, I really like Leafeon as well, because I remember dreaming of Leafeon so much in Gen 1 when I played it, because we had Leaf Stones. And Thunder Stones and Fire Stones and Water Stones. But it's like you could only evolve Eevee with 3 of those stones. The 4th one, the Leaf Stone, didn't do anything on Eevee, and I was like, why? Why isn't there a Leafeon? And then the madmen, they did it. They just made one and called it actually Leafeon. It was more of a meme, right? You know, because it's called a Leaf Stone, so we're just like, ah, Leafeon, there we go. But I mean, Vapor for Vaporeon makes sense, and Flare for Flareon makes sense. Like, you know, they're both fire and water related. Jolt, again, like, is electricity related, so it's pretty good. But it could have been like Sproution or like Spyrion or something like that. I don't know, like straight up Leaf was kind of. It can learn really good moves. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I considered it in one of my intended playthroughs of Pokemon Sword. Problem in Pokemon Sword is, of course, that it's a 1% to find on that route, so it's like I had to spend an hour and a half to find an Eevee. And then, you know, a viewer requested that I make it an Umbreon, which I did, but I still don't like Vaporeon. It's kind of weird. Like, it got a lot of hit points and stuff in base stats. Ooh, this double battle is gonna be nice. Being able to actually hit both of them. We're just gonna need to surf twice. It's gonna be the fastest Team Yell double battle I've ever had in this mine. Nice. Not the best movement, but whatever. Oh no, I'm gonna murder my... Okay, maybe it's not gonna be so fast because I'm gonna murder Hop too. I'm sorry, Wooloo. I'm sorry. Collateral damage. Oh no. Okay, that critical hit was completely unnecessary. Thank you. So sorry. Didn't mean to. Well, I mean, I did actually mean to. I'm not gonna do any of the shopping that we normally do because it doesn't say to do it, so... Although I should probably... We need to check that at some point. I can do it during Dynamax on Kabul, probably. Probably. Ah, that was too close. I should have gone around. Oh well. It's not solid when it comes to these wild encounters this time, but whatever. Okay, this is... Pick up the guard spec. Okay, so we do want up guard spec. Fine. I think we're gonna do a shop. Short shop in... Yeah. Gonna do a short shop in Hammerlock. I'm not sure. I don't think we'll need X accuracy, but I'm still a bit like... Well, we probably don't need a setup on... with the Suicune, probably we don't need a setup on Pierce. Wow. Oh, I should have gone up. Or did I go down? I don't know, but I did. Oh, we should be saving some time here? Yeah, probably. Probably. It would be funny if Hop was actually had. No, actually, we're not saving time. We're losing time somehow, despite having a passive team L double. Well, we did have a wild encounter. Wow. Okay then. Well, I guess Hop having to swap in Pokemon actually made it much slower. That's unfortunate. That's a... I was thinking, yeah, it would be funny if Hop actually had like weaker team afterwards because he didn't get experience for the Team Yell double battle because we had murdered. That would be funny. Also not good, but funny. But we're still behind where, like, you know, our Sobble PP would be. But ostensibly, and with goals and everything, it's supposed to be possible to get better than my current PB in the other category. But I mean, as would be the case with Sobble for the most part, like it's... oh, come on. Playing to my goals throughout it is difficult. As you can see, you know, it's easy to just lose 10 seconds here, lose 10 seconds there. But we do have a lot of time save coming up on Hop 5. Maybe a little bit here, but probably not so much. So I want to buy some stuff, alright. Not X accuracy, I think. Speed? Will I need speed? I don't doubt it. No, because I'll already have extreme speed. You want your coughing to explode, you'll do that later. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll want 1 X speed for... Okay, so we'll do a short chop in... Catch Litwick, whatever. It was probably Sizzly Pete again, but whatever. No, it was quick. I'll do a short drop at Hammerlock Well by X speed and guard spec. Maybe throw in an X accuracy for good measure. Don't think so. Don't think it's necessary, but you never know when someone might do something mean to you. No, we don't set up on Pierce, so we shouldn't be worried about accuracy. Very well. Good. Very good. Possibly a bit slow to use Surf Air actually, since it kills this one as well. And super effective, but whatever. Yeah, no, I should have used a different move. Extreme speed probably. Ah well. Late. Kind of curious that we bought 21 X special attacks this weekend, but I don't know, are we gonna use that many? It seems like it's so powerful that when would have... We'll see, I guess. So as you can see in the early game, I mean, Scyther was still pretty fast, right? Oh, for Nessa, Bede, Marnie. More than enough. But it's in the late game that there should be differences, I guess. But I mean, you know, it is looking like it is gonna be on pace for like a sub 430 at least. I mean, I doubt. Well, famous last words. I hope it won't be losing 12 minutes to golds from here on out, but who knows? It could if something goes awry, but as long as I follow the route and I don't do anything stupid, it should be alright. I mean, also part of the reason why Scyther is faster in the air in the early game, faster than Suicune for the most part, on these splits where you see I lose 9 seconds sensing, whatever, is of course because Suicune every time is exerting its pressure. Normally, you know, like it would be a deal breaker for a speedrun to have like Intimidate or one of these abilities to just trigger every single time you enter a combat, but it certainly makes wild encounters worse because it's a couple of extra seconds that's wasted, but whatever. Whatever. Even here, losing time. Well, we had a lot of super effective text stuff. Makes sense. Oh crap. Also, my looking at things most I didn't have global hotkeys on. Oh, well, fine. Guess I'll have to redo all the splits. Okay, apparently we may lose that much time to gold, and if we're losing like 20 seconds every split, we will not be so close to best possible time. Okay, so yay, Will-O-the-Wisp. Such useful technical machines you get in this game. Oh wait, no. I mean, I guess Magical Leaf is like marginally, potentially, actually usable, but everything else is kind of garbage. Kinda garbage. Ooh, I don't like that I've lost a minute since, well, okay, 50 seconds since Milo. That's kind of bad. Do 10 seconds every split. Okay, so. Art boxes, yes. Yeah, well, not the best movement, but whatever. It's time for Sobble to shine again. Yay! I don't like the fire gym outfit. It's like, it's almost a bit too much white in it. Like, you know, all the other ones are pretty, like, the green and white blend sort of works and it's not too heavy, but the fire version is just like very white and red. But I was like, guess fires could be white hot. Like, you know, if they're really hot, they could be white, but feels like it should be more red than gray and not so. The shorts is kind of weird and asymmetrical, and I just don't like it. Just. Still would dream one day that I could like beat Beat and just like claim his coat, his glorious coat, by rights of combat. Alas, not allowed. Much to my sadness. Okay, just don't counter, Matzdale. Like, just don't counter. Like, whatever. I'll just like pound whatever. Shouldn't matter. There we go. Good. Okay. 1, 2. That is some crazy construction there. That looks kind of cool, but not sure it would be very useful. But maybe they're like solar panels or something. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, so it's after this I go into castle, then I go out, I go to Leon, talk to him, then I'll go into the Pokemon Center to buy a few items. It doesn't necessarily specifically say because I can pick up those items elsewhere, but I'm not generally picking up those items. I think I'll be alright with going inside here to buy. Because that's what I'm used to. And then I'll just not have to pick up those other things. And just like with the Scyther route, Sudowoodo will be the first Pokemon we don't one-shot, but only because he has 30. Silly sturdy Pokemon. I wonder, we always spike back here, but I wonder, nah, menuing in the new version must be slow enough. That is not right. But I wonder sometimes it's like, is it even faster to just fly through Pokemon? Nah, it's right here. Okay, need to select the second option this time after the pause. Second pause. Hey, Kong is the king. Yeah, the run is looking a lot better than the Scyther one, mainly because we got this weekend on the first Dynamax adventure and didn't, like, you know, mess around a lot. Okay, I probably didn't need to, but I probably don't even need X accuracy, but whatever, I'm here now. Probably only need 1 X speed, but fine. Better safe than sorry. Whatever. So it's so far looking good. I mean, it's still not a very good run, but it's like for the first time I'm running Suicune and second time I'm running any percent with DLC. It's not. I was supposed to them. I forgot it. During the flying menu, you're supposed to do this, so it's small time lost there. That would have sucked to forget to do that. And then I come across the bridge and I fight those Team Yell and it's like, oh, here's my level 12 Sobble. Whoopsie. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Literally the only thing the guide says here that isn't just like fighting Pokemon was like, make sure to switch Suicune back to the party when menuing to fly. And I read that like a couple of times. Decided to focus on shopping instead and, you know, through without depositing Suicune. So time loss. Yay. Oh, it kind of sucks because, of course, on this version menuing is the slowest thing imaginable. But once it had happened, I had no choice because we do need to have Suicune in the party. Like, we cannot get around that. So. We had a couple of wild encounters, which is not good, and we're losing some time to Scythe compared to Scyther, which we had yesterday, because Suicune has pressure, so every time I enter a battle, he has a text box. Am I planning to switch to 20% with DLC or just running a few for fun? I'm not really planning to switch, no. I'm running a few for fun because I reached my goal in the regular 20%. And I was in a bit of a spot where I don't know what to do next. I'm sort of like waiting for the next game more or less. But this is like an alternative. I wanted to try it out because one thing that is possible to do is if I like this enough and I could run it, then I could run it, and since you start with a Sobble and it's pretty much the same in the beginning, it's if you see a Sobble that is amazing, you just run the regular 20%, right? So it lets you hedge in that way, so that when you get a good Sobble, you just run the Sobble run, but if not, you go to the Dynamax adventure and you have a 20% with DLC thing. The problem is if I'm switching to 20% with DLC mainly, then for the most part, Sobbles won't be that good, so I won't be doing regular 20%. That will only happen once in a blue moon. And the 20% with DLC is brutal, and if you're trying to go for a good time, you need a select few Pokemon. Now granted, 4th place does use a Suicune, so it's possible, right? But it's not S tier, it's A-. So S tier, if you're looking for a Crocodile, for instance, or Tyrantrum, you're gonna reset a lot of times, and that's gonna happen 50 minutes into the run instead of 10 minutes like when you're resetting your Sobbles. That means that I only have time for, like on Fridays, I'd only have time for a no reset run. On Sundays, half the time I'd only have time for a no reset run. The other times I could maybe like do 2 or 3 resets. On Saturdays I'd have time for more, but it's kind of brutal to play all day for resets. But I'm considering it. Like I'm checking it out to see how it goes. Like if it feels like this weekend route is going well and I could massively improve on my time here, then maybe, yeah. But so far it's looking best case scenario. I'm getting something that looks relatively similar to my Sobble run. Which case it's not really worth. Your 20% with DLC should be significantly faster. Like the whole point is to go there and get another Pokemon to speed up the game, not to like have a run that is equally fast. So Suicune is a fallback. Like you'll always be able to find a Suicune, but it is at the end of the adventure. So you know, if we compare to world record, for instance, not something that you normally want to do. You can see, yes, I was 1 minute and 50 seconds behind on Peony. But on Hop 3, by the time that I've like gotten my Pokemon and he's gotten his Pokemon, we're dealing with Hop. I've lost a further 3 minutes because I did all of the Dynamax adventures. 3 minutes, of course, being quite hard to like get back anywhere, right? So, but so I'm trying out a couple of fun because I didn't have anything else to do, and you know it's a nice thing to just do some no reset stuff and see how it shakes. yesterday we actually, it was no reset, so we didn't get anything the first run because we died on Suicune, or well, it kicked us out. So we went in once again. So we had like twice over, which is why we're like saving 13 minutes from yesterday on Hop 3. But yeah. So it's a massive detour to go to the Crown Tundra to get that Pokemon. But it does actually, crazily enough, save time. Like, world record is actually same person on any percent regular on the new patch and any percent with DLC. So it's fair to compare those. And he saves then 10 minutes roughly. 10 minutes and 6 seconds. So getting that Crocodile, the best Pokemon that he can get, saves 10 minutes. Maybe a bit more. I mean, both runs could probably like have been more ideal, right? But that is roughly where it is. Like, still doing the detour that takes like 16 minutes, still saves you back 26. Like, it saves 26 minutes over how you regularly run, netting you 10 minutes of time game. In the ideal case. But it is more consistent once you have the Pokemon. Like, so running Suicune wouldn't be so bad in an RNG perspective, right? Because, yes, there's some RNG with what Pokemon I get into that Dynamax adventure and whether I make it or not and that kind of thing. Which, you know, we have sort of similar things with like the run up to Milo with Sobble. But after that point, Suicune isn't really gonna like get crit and die here, right? So this route, for instance, is mainly about avoiding wild Pokemon. I keep just YOLOing and hoping that there won't be anything along the wall. I probably should stop doing that, but I'm not good at the whole stopping and just jumping off my bike. But pressing the bike button does actually like artificially like stop your movement very fast. So the one wild encounter, I guess I can handle. I don't like this placement of the mask, but I think we can sneak back. So I don't know. There's benefits and pros and cons to running any percent with DLC, I guess you could say. I'm trying it out because I like Sword. I have Sword. It was easy to just get into it, right? The route is very similar, right? So the nice thing about it, it lets me transfer the knowledge that I gain from any percent to this run because the movement is largely the same. I mean, there's differences, of course, but like it's largely a lot of the same thing, same concept. You face the same Pokemon, mostly, and that kind of thing. So that is nice. Not so nice that we are potentially resetting 50 minutes into the run, but that's a different. You know, specifically to avoid the resetting 50 minutes into the run on Milo, for instance, is why I only want very good Sobbles, so that I don't have to deal with that thing. But actually, like, at this point, if I wanted to improve my Sobble route, I only have two choices. I either have to only run very good Sobbles, like I had for my PV, and then not make the mistake on Oleana, or I have to actually like get good, like get better, which is of course possible. But I'd have to practice the puzzle on Gordy Gym. I'd have to practice the puzzle here on B. I'd have to practice Wooloo hurting and like do the YOLO strat there a bit more. Those things combined would easily save me like a minute. Then I don't know where the rest of the time save is, somewhere, right? But also a good Sobble is necessary if I want to compete for the best times. Like, to beat the Candy Floss run, I would have to save, what is it, 5 minutes? Yeah, a little bit over 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And then I could beat second place, which is a Candy Floss route run. Now, the only way I do that is I save 2 minutes and 40 seconds by having a better Oleana fight and not screwing up. Save 1 minute if I practice all those other things, that's 3 minutes 40 seconds. Still need to save a minute and 21 seconds in just general improvements on movement, getting better RNG, even better Sobble. I mean, it's hard to get an even better Sobble, but I mean, theoretically it's possible, right? So those kind of things make it not encouraging to me to run regular 90% again. But I would be lying if I wasn't thinking about it, because I want to improve on the run, because I dislike my PB a lot because it has that huge mistake on Oleana, which is a huge embarrassment. Literally basic arithmetic mistake. Like, I subtract a number from a number and get 8 3 times in a row. Different numbers, but I mean, it's the same mathematical calculation more or less, and I get 8 instead of 10 somehow. Huge embarrassment. So, okay, well that saves us a bit of time again, good. Now, after B, we're not gonna see a lot of time save compared to Sobble PBs or anything. So it'll be largely the same as a regular PB from that point forward. And you'll notice that, you know, we're not 25 minutes ahead, so we're not getting 420 probably. Even though best possible time is claiming that it's possible. So, I mean, but who knows? Oh, no, wait, no. I forget, Scyther had some really unfortunate stuff later on, so no, it's, forget whatever I said there. That just doesn't make sense. But yeah, no, I want to revisit the Sobble one at one point. One of the ways to do that, of course, is to run any % with DLC for a while. Sooner or later, I'll get a good Sobble and I'll run that. The problem with the Sobble runs is, of course, that if I get the amazing Sobble and I play as amazing as I did, even though I probably will be more rusty since I haven't done it in a while, RNG is still a toss-up, like a coin flip, whether or not I'll just miss the Hydro Cannon, get crit and die, and that kind of thing. So it is unfortunately not that easy. Not so simple to improve on my own PB. You know, part of the reason why there aren't, like, you know, I don't consider myself to be a very good runner of the game. But part of the reason why I have this sub 420 and third place on the new leaderboard is that not a lot of people want to deal with that stuff, and it's hard to grind and get better. You can do the more consistent candy floss, and clearly you can get even better time than I have with that. Oh, I went too fast? No, that's fine. Okay. Well, now I went almost too fast. Oh, it almost worked, but I kind of messed it up there. Oh, fine, whatever. So not a lot of people are running it, maybe because they don't want to, maybe because they don't bother, maybe they just hate it. Maybe it's because 25 of those people who would consider it already have better runs on the old leaderboard and don't want to run it again on the new leaderboard with the worst time, but get a better placement on the new leaderboard. Like, I don't know. Could be many reasons. But yeah, I don't consider myself to be a particularly good runner here, but I do have third place and I'll take it as long as it's mine. But if I do get bopped down so that I have fifth and I no longer have a Pokeball or Great Ball next to my name, I will come back because I'm having it. I'm telling you, I'm having it. I mean, until it becomes unreasonable. But my sum of best is saying, like, on my regular any %, my sum of best is saying that, hey, if I string my goals together, not all of them are compatible, but for the most part it should be possible, I could beat second place. So I don't think it's not a completely outrageous concept that I could continue to improve on it. But I don't see myself possibly ever going for world record there. Somewhat ironically, of course, with the Candy Floss run, if Whom hadn't been running any business with DLC like this, and hadn't gotten that randomly good Sobble and gotten the world record, then that Candy Floss run would have been the world record. And then, since my Summerfest would have been better than the world record, I would have felt obliged to actually try and get world record. Because that's what I said when I started streaming the speedruns. I was like, I'm not gonna go for world record or like really anything, I'm gonna set arbitrary goals, but if my Summerfest ever shows that I'm able to get world record, I mean, I will pretty much have to, right? That's what I said, so I'm sticking to that. But so far, not even close. It's like by 4 minutes or so, so I am in no danger of being forced to try and grind for world record. Although it would be a very nice thing to have. Nicer to have than to get. But yeah, hopefully with this Suicune run we should... Oh, I actually went a bit faster. Oh crap, that was terrible. We should be able to improve on Gordy and on Route 10, so we can save a lot of time there probably. Also, Eternatus didn't go so well. This gym is not going so well though, so I mean it's not gonna go so well here. Whatever. Alright, we used Extreme Speed here. Nice. Oh no. We're gonna have to use Hydro Pump on B. Oh no. Now, I don't think Machamp will kill us if we miss it, so we'll just have to try it again then. But of course, if we miss it a second time, then we're in danger. And you'll have noticed that we haven't really picked up any healing items, and we don't have like any extra Pokemon in our party to restore. But what are the odds of missing Hydro Pump twice, right? I mean, is it Hydro Pump like Thunder? Is it like 70% to miss? I haven't actually checked. I don't know. That was my gut feeling. Because we have Hydro Cannon, which is 10% chance to miss. Or is Hydro Cannon just an alternative to Hydro Pump? I mean, it says to Hydro Pump, I'll trust the guide. I assume it merely like it's meant to save a round, because I'm pretty sure like 2 surfs would have done it. But if you Hydro Pump and you hit, you kill it in 1 turn, you save yourself a round, and then if you miss, you do it again, and you'll like... It's quite unlikely to hit 30% twice in a row, but it is definitely possible. So. Or maybe it has better chance to hit than I think. Guess I could check it. Maybe it's like 15% chance to miss or something. Could check it. But we didn't save before, and we don't have any healing items. Well, we have a couple of potions, but you know, let's be real. So we are a legendary Pokemon with 257 hit points. I don't think we're in any real danger here. I hope not, at least. But our crits can do anything, yeah. But Sobble is like, you know, he has to set up X defense and stuff, so crits go through that. But we're so high level that we shouldn't be in any danger. You'll be in and out lurking? You got some stuff to do this morning? Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. Thanks so much for checking in and hanging out and lurking. And I hope you have a nice Sunday. Oof, I'm getting peckish already. Ah, well, there's only like 2 hours and some minutes left of the run, I guess. But I don't like having to use Hydro Pump. I don't like missed chances. Missed chances are the worst. But hey, whatever. I'm sure we'll hit, right? Let's just destroy everything. Okay then. Bit of an overreaction perhaps, but okay. Maybe we'll save some time here, actually. I thought that... No, I did pretty poorly on the puzzle with Scyther as well. Yeah. Missed, of course. Bit of an unfortunate thing, because this is a very slow move that she uses, because she has to say something. Okay, well, yeah, it literally does no damage, so it's not actually dangerous. Good. But I don't like it. Okay, so we're definitely not saving damage. But, could have tied PB if we did miss, I think. Pretty sure. Ah, maybe not. It took 17 seconds. Probably wouldn't have been fine. Damn. Oh, it happens. To me, a lot. Missing moves that we're supposed to use. That's kind of my default assumption. But we were, as I knew, completely safe. I was wrong to even like doubt that we would be safe. How are? Look, it's the beautiful ancient mural. It looks like there were a bunch of children just splashed some paint on it. It's a historical artifact. Treasure, to be sure. Yes, it is me again. Suicune is still a bit weird, and I'm not sure what makes it a water Pokemon. The Vaporeon has like fins and stuff, which, you know, sort of like suggests this, oh yes, you know, it's swimming in water, even though it has legs and everything, but it still has that, like, mermaid tail thing. This is just a dog with, it's just a blue dog with, like, weird tail. Like, I don't know why this is a water Pokemon. But I guess it spews water, so it fits. Ooh, gold by 0.3 seconds. Sweet. But yeah, the majority of our time save is still just, you know, not doing Dynamax adventures twice so far. I mean, you know, Suicune hasn't really been different from Scyther, but that is kind of expected since, you know, up until beat, like, everything's like level 35 at most. And you're like twice that level, so you wouldn't expect any resistance, you know. But yeah, I probably need to like watch World Record again more carefully at 90% and see if I can't see what it is he does that is so much faster than me. I mean, you know, aside from the good Sobble, because now I at least have an actual good Sobble of my own to compare to. It's always been hard in the past because I compared it to World Record and it's like, but he skipped this thing, you know. But it's still gonna be a bit difficult because my Sobble actually skips the rare candy on Route 6 because I had no special attack. He doesn't, I believe. At least he shouldn't because he didn't have positive special attack. But he did have very high speed. So there is a lot of times here that he'll get from that in the early game that I can't really like replicate in that case. But I'll need to watch it more carefully to see if there's any movement or things that I am doing wrong, because that is a thing that absolutely was the case last time I did that and checked. So I improved in the water city a little bit, saved me a couple of seconds. And I also proved on Route 8 or whatever, 9 or whatever is the water one. What are you saying? Although I'm still like kind of bad on that one. But I'm hoping that I'll get better. But it is a difficult one because you frequently have to dodge so many things and it's very hard. But when it goes well, it goes well. Okay, splash. One of the longest biking sections here, and there's just nothing to like resist. You just bike right through, which is nice. This guy is actually saying to answer too sometimes. Would have thought Suicune wouldn't need any of the help in the answers, so... But oh well. Oh, follow the guide. In the guide we trust. But again, the detour to Dynamax Adventures, it's like every minute you can save of it counts, which is why, like, you know, Suicune is probably a very strong Pokemon, right? Because it's a legendary and everything, but going to the end takes a lot of time, so if you can just get a also good Pokemon, but that is high level, but that you can get earlier, stands to reason that it's faster, right? Save those 4 minutes, which is a lot of time to save in a speedrun. Of this length, but also a speedrun of any length, right? Pretty much. Okay, so right about around now is when we would have leveled to level 75 naturally if we didn't use that rare candy that we had picked up. Instead we're like 75 and a half. I don't know if we would have gotten enough experience from here on out to level again. I doubt it somehow. Well, maybe actually, you know. We do get more experience when we get to the higher level Pokemon later, so I mean... Oh no, we're gonna have to Hydro Pump again. Well, have to. I'm gonna try to Hydro Pump again on Alchemy. Oh yeah, sure, but it wasn't Netta. Oh no, it wasn't a Netta after all. Disaster. I have failed the quiz. I have failed you, Quizmaster. I have failed you. Not actually, though. Alright, it says answer true on the instruction, but I can't see how it could possibly matter. It's just special defense, right? And like, they're not gonna get a chance to hit me, so why would I care? Ah, Morgan, I guess, could hit, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna mash it. It's taking a tiny bit faster. I guess you eat curry. Oh no! You had no way of knowing that. No, that's true. I didn't. Say no to Opal. Yes, always say no to Opal. Wait, that teacup is the same teacup that we had in our house. Has she stolen the teacup? Is that the same teacup? What? That tea must be so cold by now. That was a terrible movement. Don't download that. I like the aesthetic. It's like, you know, everything's so prettied up and pink and turquoise and everything. But then, you know, the cellar, the basement area is just like a storage and like all kinds of random crap down there. It's like a very typical thing, right? I like how they decided to do those details. Since we might miss Hydro Pump and Alchemy, I'll take my chance. I won't take any chances, and I'll actually answer the question correctly. I doubt that it will matter, but who knows? Game? Oh, right. Ding, ding, ding. Maybe this Hydro Pump will hit. She's going to have some fun. She's gonna bake a cake. Yay, we hit for one. Okay, technically We missed 1 out of 3 so far, so if it's 30%, that's like par for the course, but whatever. Yeah, we'll save some time there. Good, I guess. Okay, to go to Motorstock, I would press R twice, but I think pressing Y should take me to Hammerlock Central. The hotkeys for navigating the map don't make any sense. Like, they don't explain them anywhere. You just have to, like, mash the random buttons and, like, you know, figure out, oh, well, if I press R, I go here. If I press L, I go here. If I, like, you know, doesn't say anything. I mean, I'm sure there's a description somewhere, but I haven't seen it. Leave the gym. Say no to all. Always sound advice, kids. Always say no to old women who's like trying to abduct you. But only if they're trying to abduct you, you know. Clearly. At least our whole head didn't do this awkward like rotating thing this time. Which it does in the lab in the early game when you're like, you know, watching Leon leave and you're just like here we're just like fixed looking at her and then we turn around. Awkward, but strange and cool, I guess. Whatever. Oh, we have the Hydro from Trevenant. Ew, I don't like that. Well, it's a ghost, so you couldn't use extreme speed. It's ghost, so you probably ghost and grass. You don't want to use extra sensor, I guess. Okay, well, guess we're gonna hope to hit Trevenant then as well. I don't like how much Hydro pump we have to use in this apparently. But it should be safe, right? It's RNG whether you miss or not, so it's a bit RNG how much time you save or lose there, but it's not. You know, like, Trevenant shouldn't kill us. So, you know. It's strange not to have to load up on more X special attacks here. Because Sobble like consumes like over 40 and then some in the run. It's crazy. Probably didn't need the bike, but I keep getting tossed out. Like, I feel it's slow every time I don't go on the bike, but every time I go on the bike I feel that's slow, so I don't know. Which I guess suggests that it's roughly about even. But I mean, there's probably a right answer, but like, you know, something. Okay, so it doesn't say anything here specifically, but I'm pretty sure, like, you know, I want to catch a Pokemon on this route. I didn't yesterday, and it kind of sucked. But, I'm still gonna try and go for Ponyta or Togedemaru if I can, but literally any small Pokemon that looks like I can just catch it with a Quick Ball, I'll just take. So if I had a Rufflet or whatever, I'll just take it forever. Fine. But ideally, you know, Togedemaru or Ponyta is fine. Well, we hit again. Nice. It's Jolteon, but like not as cool. I wonder why they chose specifically Suicune. Like, they wanted to have a legendary there, clearly, at the Dynamax thing, as an... oh, I was supposed to surf here. Crap, okay, well, that's time loss. I was just mashing A. Again, I thought this would be his last Pokemon because that's the order they're in the list, but for my Suicune, they sent them out in a different list. I think they just copied the list from... from the regular 90% run, and then they didn't change the order that they actually show up. It's kind of annoying me. So I think like if I was gonna run this seriously, I think I would want to have my own route documents. So I would copy this thing for the most part, because it's for the most part totally correct. But and it is correct here. It says Surf for Snorlax. It's just I like to have it in the order that it happens. And as long as I have the same Pokemon, like if I have Suicune, it should be doing it in the same order. I lost some time there. I would have saved time if I didn't extrasensory Snorlax twice instead of surfing once, but whatever. We are like, you know, over halfway through the run, so we are at that point where theoretically we could maybe like stay close enough to goal to get like a 419 or something that, you know, looks more similar to my actual PB, which would be nice. Look, talking more. I actually saw one yesterday as well, but we didn't catch it because the guy didn't say, but I should have known that these guides are meant to be very light. They don't say everything, because they assume that you probably know the original 90% route as well as knowing a lot of stuff about Pokemon, so they're very, very basic. It's mainly just to move things, and then otherwise it's just copied over, but they haven't copied over the catching thing here, so which seems a bit weird to me, because that seems like something that you would do, but whatever. I mean, I don't mind having to like figure things out a little bit on my own as well. That's perfectly fine. But I'd probably want to, like, I've gotten used to running with the route document up, so if I were to like run 90% with DLC more seriously, I think I would want to make my own copy where I can like alter it and change it the way that makes sense to me. Okay, so we have a lot of times here on Gordy because we died on Gordy, I believe. Yeah, shouldn't die with Suicune. Pretty sure. Is that coming from me? Oh yeah, it's coming. Oh, it's looking. Oh, that's a girder. I hate it. I think that helps. No, actually, that was the wrong thing. That I did it in the wrong place. No, I think maybe he broke. Yeah. He kind of broke, so it's fine. Okay, I don't like this, but maybe I can not go on the bike straight away, but just go here. Ooh, bit late in the cycle. Oh, I'm not gonna get past these, alright. Oh, I knew it. There was too much. Maybe I could have weaved up, but the gullet was coming from me, so I was getting in a bit of a tricky situation. Either way. Oh crap. Oh, I should have gone straight away. Now I have to go now. Okay, so this is a terrible way to move through here. I mean, it's slower than I do it when I do it with Sobble. But whatever. Because again, like, the Pokemon doesn't impact this at all. Like, well, Joanna, I guess, but you know, the movement doesn't change depending on the Pokemon. So it's fine, whatever. Steam Drift, wait, this is Route 8. Yeah, it's still. But whatever, put up that. Alright, so I'm gonna look at that other one because that has the things that I want to look at. I shouldn't have deleted the target time splits. They would have been nice to compare against there. I think we would have been like on track actually somehow. Maybe. Yeah, top 5 is sub 2, so I think it would have been on track. If only barely. But target time was 4:19:20. Doesn't make so much sense anymore now that any % PV is better, but you could have just changed it up a little bit. But I guess I'll make new target time if I decide to run this and stuff. But comparing it to regular 90% isn't really much point in, but it is nice to see, because I'm mainly like looking, am I actually being faster with this Suicune, or am I just being the same? Like, doesn't make much sense if I'm just the same. Trust your senses. That seems like a terrible idea. I'm not going to do that. Getting better at that. It's been a while since I failed the skip, but it can happen. I mean, now that I said that, I'm going to fail it next time. I don't like that I wait here, but I should have gone. Too late now. Yeah, I should be able to YOLO that more, but I just can't, man. Just can't. Not good enough on it. I hate this so much. Okay, now I don't know where I am anymore. Okay, it's definitely not there. Oh, that was bad. I kind of lost track of where I was. I used to be better at it. I've sort of gotten worse at it. Maybe it's because my frequency of runs is getting lower. Fewer and fewer runs get to this point, right? Because I'm resetting for sobbles and I'm taking breaks and that kind of thing. So I'm not doing this as often as normal, but I mean, it should be a thing that you could just learn and remember, right? So it's a bit annoying, but whatever. Okay, so Cordy should be straightforward. Just surf, so we'll save a bunch of time here. Very good. So this is our first instance of like time save specifically over Scyther. Yes, the Dynamax then is also time save over our Scyther run. But that was mainly like, you know, because we didn't reset that one instead of like, you know, whatever. But this one we didn't reset, so we got that time save, but that's not a Scyther specific thing. Would have been the same case if we got a Suicune on the second try, right? But here specifically, Scyther had the issue because it's a rock gym and they're getting a high enough level to actually do damage, and like they did enough damage, and I did die because something missed or something went wrong, awry, something, I don't know. But now we should just one-shot everything here without any issues. So I don't know if it'll save the full 4 minutes or whatever. I mean, it's comparing to my Sobble PV for quarter split, so it'll probably be it might even gold. Although I did fall down once and I did have a wild encounter, but Sobble has to do a little bit of setup here, not a lot, but it also picks up the Icy Wind technical machine and things like that, so I think this should be like a gold now. Because it's both faster than Sobble and certainly faster than Scyther. Should be, anyway. Is my thinking. But who knows, I guess we'll just have to find out. Of course, Scyther also hadn't caught a Pokemon on Route 8, so when I died, I wiped out and had to go again, right? I might have been fine with Scyther if I didn't do the setup that the guide said, like with the sword stance, but I don't know if it was necessary or not. It turned out to be necessary sometimes late in the run, but other times it was unnecessary and actually killed me, so... Don't know. But here, it seems to work out so far. But of course Suicune has been run and routed a lot more than Scyther has. Although they are both technically considered A-. But Suicune you can get every time. You can specifically choose to run Suicune because it's always a possibility. But the other one you'd have to like randomly get, right? So yeah. tiny PV over how fast I go with Sobble. So that just goes to show, even though I have a Pokemon at this level in the game which steamrolls, the setup that Sobble does in this gym is like one item or maybe two. So like a wild encounter missing would be enough. Not falling down in the puzzle would be enough. So here we are. But you'll notice it's still not sub 420 pace with the thing. But again, we have Route 10, where we died twice on a trainer pretty far into the route. And then we decided to not follow the guide, and then we got through it, but it was too late. Like, we had already lost the time. And also we died on Eternity, so there's a number of times. So best possible time is still a bit optimistic, but it's not completely unrealistic at this point, because we are 2.5 hours through the run, so... You know, another another hour, 40 minutes, you know, it's potentially like, you know, you can play within a minute or so of your goals with that. It would be really nice actually if this actually gets a better time than my any percent regular PB. If so, I might consider running it more. I don't know if I don't immediately see so far any huge improvements that I could make with Suicune. But I can make definitely some general improvements on my movement to the Dynamax Adventures and through the Dynamax Adventures, because I haven't really done that a lot, so then, you know, that's my weakest point, obviously. But other than that, I don't know, like, then you have the regular movement things like the Wooloos and the puzzles and things, so. Because it's still not a very good Suicune run, right, but, what did I say again? Like, but if it is sub 420, or 420 even, it will be the second best Suicune run that has been submitted, right? So, but the best one being like, you know, 405 and like, you know, much better, like a completely different quality. Which, I mean, almost boggles my mind how that was possible, but whatever. Like, there's 15 minutes to separate them. But it would have to improve some other areas of my gameplay to get that, I'm pretty sure, because I don't see saving 10, like if we apply the same thing on as world record in a way and assume we can save 10 minutes by having a good Pokemon, whatever, which is generous because, you know, we have a later Pokemon in the cycle by going late, like going for the end. No. Still, I would only be looking at the 409. So, but who knows? We'll see, I guess. Okay, I need to, when Snorlax comes out, whenever Snorlax comes out, they're clearly not in the same order than I'm expecting them, so. We should do a Hydro Pump on Snorlax. Surf is probably just fine, but I mean he might just do weird things. And Province Hop also has heal AI, so he has items to heal with. So if you don't kill him first time, he might just heal a healing item, and then, you know, you waste another round, and so it goes. Sometimes he can even heal twice. There's the Snorlax. Okay, let's just hit with the Hydro Cannon, please. Sorry, Hydro Pump. Used to Sobble with his Hydro Cannon. But I can see that these runs are more comfortable once you get going on them, but the resets are brutal. I think. You can grind that for a long time, right? But once you get on the run, it is much more comfortable, right? Oh yeah, so Scyther had to set up here. So Suicune is actually saving some time now because it's still so strong that it doesn't have to set up. So it's carries through longer. But yeah, no, it's more comfortable. Like you're not so at risk all the time, like, you know, crits randomly killing you at any point and so on. But I mean, obviously you still have to play well with the general things, like, you know, not hitting optional trainers and not bonking and things and all of that. That's still the same, which I like because, you know, that's the same movement that I've been trying to practice and getting better, and with varying degrees of success, granted. But So that's nice to keep, I suppose. Is what I'm saying. But not having those chances to die in the late game, for instance, a Hydro Cannon. I would be lying if I said that wasn't tempting. But I don't know if I can handle the late resetting. But I mean, an alternative is, of course, to just run Suicune. Just try to get better at that. But there will be times I'll have to reset Suicune as well. Because if I may not be able to defeat Suicune and like actually catch it, and it's still a reset very late in the run. But like, you know, almost an hour in. Hey, Sharon! Thanks for the good luck, and it's going well. It's going better than Scyther, but I mean, the majority of the time save is just not going through Dynamax Adventures twice to get to Suicune. We got Suicune first try, so that was like 13 minutes. Then we obviously didn't die on Gordy because we have a Suicune that is massively overleveled compared to a Scyther, which can die to rock types. So that's where the time save majorly comes from. Otherwise, it's pretty similar in terms of like execution and things. But it is definitely better, and it's I'm liking it so far. I can see why people go for Suicune. They're both Scyther and Suicune are supposed to be A-. But Suicune, of course, is a guaranteed. You can always go for Suicune the moment you start. Like, you can target going for Suicune because you know you will have it as an option. So it has been routed more thoroughly, I believe. So I'm more inclined to believe that everything in the route. Really? That spawned. That has never happened to me before. That spawned as soon as I entered the water. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, rip this. We're gonna get some random types here. Unfortunately, the thing with Suicune is that every wild encounter is worse with Suicune than with any other Pokemon that I can think of. That we would run in a speedrun. Because it has the pressure ability, so every time I enter, instead of going straight to run, I get this Suicune's pressure. It's exerting its pressure. Which is a useless ability for speedrunning. Okay, let's just try and get no more. I say as we're probably gonna get more. Oh god. Oh god, not the grab lock. Okay, we're almost through. But we had 2 already, which is very bad. Still gonna try and bike next one, but we might hit that bike encounter by doing it, but we'll see. I'll try and take it a bit slow and jump off the bike if that seems logical. But yeah, so far so good. So far so good. It's only the second 90% with DLC run though, so like, you know. I should have jumped off the bike. Or been a bit slower. If I had taken a wider berth, I could have like hugged the wall more. But oh well. Because you can't really do those close turns. Hey, cool dude, 2881. So what do you team like? If you're asking what team I'm using, what my team is like, it's a Suicune. That's my team. Well, actually, I have a Togedemaru currently because, you know, you need a second Pokemon for this gym and the next one. So, but it's a Suicune. That's it. I have. Oh crap! I'm supposed to use Extreme Speed. Crap. Okay, well I can't use Surf now. Nah. But I think that works out. Maybe. No, actually no. I'm not supposed to. Supposed to use Surf on Scrafty. I was just mashing A. That was bad. Oh, it's more Pico. Okay, well Extreme Speed is the only choice that I have. So. Bro, really? Wow. This is kind of bad because this is losing a lot of time. Probably gonna paralyze me too, right? Yeah, of course it is. I don't really have any heals for that as well. I mean, I do have a paralyze heal, I guess maybe, but I could just do it again. But I'm gonna risk that it's not. Where's my berry? There it is. It's kind of bad. That was a huge mistake. Oh, she heals, of course. Okay, but I can surf now. But it was a huge mistake to surf Liepard. I wasn't actually intending. Oh, come on. This is going all kinds of wrong. We should be back on track now, yeah, because then I surf more Pico. As long as it doesn't send out Scrafty now, I'll be alright. Toxic, please. Yes. I took some damage and like lost a bunch of time there, sadly. I mean, we also had 3 wild encounters, so this was already gonna be a horrible split, sadly. But sometimes that happens on Mario Split. But this fight could have clearly gone better. We lost 2 rounds there, which is like 16 seconds. But mainly it's the wild encounters that's accounted for the majority of the time. So sub 419 is bad, probably. Which is sad because, well, okay, theoretically simple. Which is sad because 419 is what I have in the Sobble route, so, and I was like, you know, hey, can I maybe actually already get a better time with the DLC Pokemon? We did grind for the Sobble thing for a while, so I didn't necessarily expect it. But because that Sobble run, of course, didn't have like 3 wild encounters on that route, obviously. This gym comes up is your favorite gym? Ah, alright. Each have their own. I mean, I don't like it too much. It's just a gauntlet of Pokemon, but I do like that it doesn't Dynamax, because I dislike Dynamaxing and how much time it wastes you both casually and in a speedrun. So it is very nice that we don't have to worry about the Dynamaxing here. Oh, in this guide it says to take out a Litwick, so this guide apparently assumes that you don't catch a Pokemon. Oh, whatever. Ah, well, it's still a bit sad that I lost 16 seconds to that misplay. Probably more like 20 actually, since I... Yeah, no. No, it's maybe more. It was 16 seconds for the rounds, but I had to go into my inventory and route around, so I probably lost more like 25. It was pretty major time loss for that, but whatever. We can still save time on other splits. And maybe get a couple of golds compared to Sobble as well, that we don't know about quite yet. Because Suicune is a very strong Pokemon, being a legendary and all, so. But in the late game there will be smaller time saves for having a good Pokemon than there is in the late game, naturally. Because the difference won't be so big. It's more like you prefer Pierce to the other leaders. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's got a pretty unique design. I mean, it's a punk doing his own thing, but I don't know. I haven't thought about who's my favorite gym leader in this this one actually. Now that I think about it, I wanted to like Milo just because, you know, he has a lot of Wooloo, but there's something about him that's just kind of freaky. Like, you know, that tiny baby head on that huge hunk of a body is kind of weird. Nessa is, I don't know, I don't care. Kabu, he's like pretty boring and bland. B, I don't care so much for B. Opal, I mean, she's kind of unique and interesting, but she's annoying. Pierce is unique, not that annoying, although I mean in the post game he's a bit annoying because he shows up all the time. Ryan is just a, well, I guess out of the 8 gym leaders in this one, Pierce would have to be the one that I like the most as well. Not sure I'm gonna say favorite because honestly I'm not too big of a fan of any of them. I'm just like I'm on Team Hop. I just like Hop. Not in a speedrun, of course, because Hop wastes a ton of your time. But conceptually and principally, I like Hop. Yeah, Ryan is not particularly nice. I mean, it's not even a dragon gym. He's like failing to do dragons properly. It's more of a weather gym. You know, he had one job to be the dragon gym, and then. But I mean, it's fine. He can do whatever he wants. Just a bit self-absorbed with like his Rotom phone hanging around taking videos and selfies all the time. Okay, so that's actually the first case of like big time loss in this run currently. And it was not related to Suicune really. Although, I mean, I misplayed that fight, but so that was like half the time loss, I guess. I just mashed the wrong ability there. That can happen, but it didn't kill me or anything. But the 3 wild encounters, I don't know. One of them I should have been able to avoid. I was just kind of like, you know, YOLOing there, so that was my mistake. One of them like literally spawned as I entered the water. I don't take any responsibility for that. I wouldn't have avoided that on any run. And then the other one, I don't know, like it was a bit of a toss-up. You tell everyone, sorry, it's not a dragon gym. It's true. I mean, it has some dragon-esque Pokemon and some like that has technically the dragon type, but it's more of a weather gym. Like, you know, his gym trainers display it pretty solidly. Like they say that it's dragon, but it's really not. Ether Surf. It didn't say to pick up an Ether. I can't ether surf. What? What? Okay. I hate it when guys do this. When? What? When was I supposed to pick up the ether? Well, did I just not find that? Because now I'm probably screwed then. Yep, it said to pick up the ether. Okay, my mistake. Oh boy. Okay, we're just gonna have to, like, you know, route on the fly. I knew there was something. There was always gotta be something. It's the problem of doing things for the first time here. So okay, we're gonna be very low on surfs, which is bad because it's our strongest move here. We might be forced to just hydro pump more. We're already. I should have healed, but I mean I only have potions. I'm talking about we're not doing anything. Okay, come on. What am I gonna do about that? It's tricky, very tricky. It'll just be a slow Pierce fight then, probably. I mean, I am low health though, so I'm a bit of a risk, but I can always revive because I'm not setting up anything. So. But he has dark type Pokemon, so I don't want to use extra sensory, so it would have to be extreme speed. Then you know, it's a physical move. It's not so good. Oh, this is bad. It's bad, and it's all because I was on autopilot and just running through and just thinking about all the things that I don't need to pick up instead of thinking about the things that I might need to pick up. Not having that ether is a bit of a problem here. Should have recognized as well, because of course Sobble uses some water pulse to alleviate the fact that he won't have enough water pledges, but okay. Right. We'll just have to risk hydro pumps when we run out of surf then, I think, and if we run out of hydro pumps, we'll extreme speed. And if we die, we'll revive, we'll send out Togedemaru and revive, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, that's the plan, I suppose. Although Scrafty is like fighting, right? I could maybe use extra sensory on him. Maybe that works? Maybe? No, it has no effect, so literally the one thing that I cannot do under any circumstance. Oh, come on, flinch. Well, at least it didn't consume a PP. Reason you liked Pierce is he may train Dark type, but he's nice and helpful near endgame. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a oddball in that regard, I suppose. Oh no, Togedemaru is dead, so I cannot revive. Okay, that is not an option then. Okay. I'm gonna surf the Malamar, and then I'll YOLO Hydro Pump on Skuntank, I think. Yeah. We'll just have to hit 2 Hydro Pumps in one instead of 1. It's not ideal, but I think we might just be alright. Maybe. Maybe. But we could, of course, miss a lot of Hydro Cannons, so... but it doesn't look like they are doing so much damage to me, so I think I'll be able to close it out, but I only have 4 uses. Oh, come on. Okay, so now I only have 3. No encores, not signs, not moves, not Pokemon. Oh, so is he doing like a Nuzlocke? Like he will never use his Pokemon again? Is that what he's saying? Seems like it to me. Okay, let's just try Hydro. Come on, hit. Damn it. Okay, I dislike it, but we should be fine. Just hit now. That's all I need. Okay, we're fine. Just hit now, please. That's all I need. God damn it. Extreme Speed, I guess. We're almost out of that as well, but... Oh, that's not even strong enough. I'm about to die here. I am dying. I don't have a full restore. I'm actually gonna wipe on Pierce. There is nothing I can do. No. I mean, it was pointless to go inside, but I should have known. But... Maybe I crit? Ah. Damn it. Oh, he failed that, but I still died. Damn it. That is... Okay, that kind of kills any hope of this run being good. Unfortunately. Or did PB also die? No, it couldn't have, because then I would have had the Sobble PB. Ah, that's a shame. And it's all down to the fact that it didn't pick up an ether. Now, knowing that, I could have gone into the fight trying to do setup with X special attack or something. But the thing is, I don't know. Hydro Cannon missing twice wasn't very fortunate. That was very unfortunate. You can't even fly there. Right? already losing time to gold and I have to do the entire Pierce thing again. So this is... Once again, we're gonna have a... Oh god, we're on this side? Oh, I hate this. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm tilting. Okay, well, we have a lot of time save later because we died a lot of times there as well. Well, a lot of times. We died on Eternatus and... well, big Eternatus, and we died on a Route 10 trainer twice. But this is gonna make this a terrible run, unfortunately. Well, it's... Oh, we can actually bike in here? What? I had no idea. Is that a bug? Like, I don't think you're supposed to be able to bike in here. Can't bike now, but I could bike that far? What? I'm confused. I have to run through all of this again as well. Oh, I should have saved. No, no, yeah, I should have saved before Pierce. I did realize that I was screwed before then, so I should have saved before Pierce. Then I would have been able to reload there and save myself a bunch of time going back. Is he gonna do his whole spiel again? Oh yeah, he is. Okay, this is the worst death ever. Save wouldn't even have saved that, but like, you know, I lost a good solid 1 minute and a half to just getting back to this cutscene. I'm so tempted to just end the run because it's so bad, but it's probably still gonna be better than last year's. But it probably kills sub 430 even. Like, oh my god, I forgot to pick up ether. But still, in my defense, I still feel like that was garbage. Like, I had 4 hydro cannons and I, like, you know, missed 2 of them, and one of them got obstructed. Like, that was 3 useless hydro cannons. Like, come on, man. Come on, game. That was not cool. Extreme speed, I knew. I mean, I guess I could have risked extra sensory, but I'm pretty sure that would be, like, not very effective, so... Well, maybe we could still get sub 425. It's not a good time, but it, you know, whatever. We just sort of threw away any hope of this run being a good one. We were hoping for sub 420 because then it would be the second best Suicune run that was submitted, but now it'll be like garbage. Well, it could still be the third one if we get sub 430, but it doesn't really make any difference to me. Now it's just a bad run. Like, I don't like it because I didn't pick up the ether, and that's my mistake. If we were to run it again, of course, we would then probably remember to pick up the ether. But yeah, I feel like the hydro pumps missing that much felt a bit unlucky. I don't actually remember quite the accuracy on them, but I don't feel like they should be that inaccurate that 3 out of 4 doesn't work. And even then, Skuntank, like, it just needed to not toxic me first turn there. Like, I took so much damage from the poison. The Sucker Punch did almost nothing, but I mean, it flinched me once, which meant that, of course, I took more poison damage, and the poison is doing so much damage even if I'm much higher level because it's poison. That's how it works. So that was a bit unfortunate. But, I mean, you know, I'm used to just seeing Sucker Punch there, but it went for toxic, so whatever. Which clearly, you know, worked out for him. Also, if my Togedemaru hadn't died in the double team yell battle, I could have revived, which is why I didn't save. I thought it was alive, actually, but then I sort of remembered that, no, wait, it died, so... But it was too late. Because then I could have revived and done another extreme speed, right? So there was a lot of things that went wrong here, but... The main thing was that I should have had an ether and just used it. Would have made this very smooth, but I didn't, because I didn't pick it up. So... What is happening? Okay, we're just gonna keep that split because apparently it's not splitting. Lol, no, your mistake was not going in Pokemon Center right before the gym. I could have done that, yes, but I didn't know right before the gym that I was supposed to do it. My point, my only point at which I realized that I was supposed to use an ether was on the double battle. And at that point, it's true I could have gone back to the Pokemon Center to heal, which, knowing what happened, would have been faster. But I still believe that it was not unreasonable to expect 1 out of 2 Hydro Cannons to hit. Yeah, no, it's not a speedrunner's play. You generally don't consider it. I have done it in Sobble runs. Sometimes in Sobble runs, if I hit an optional trainer on that route, and I use too many water pledges, I'll go to the Pokemon Center to get back my water pledges. It's incredibly slow, but in that case I don't have an ether, and I know that I have to do it. In this case, I didn't know the surfs were gonna be that tight, and I wasn't aware that extreme speed was not gonna be strong. And like, you know, normally with this Pokemon, you have enough strength to overcome, and it's mainly just it's faster to mash A on surf because, you know, it's the first move, or it's not super effective, or not very effective, so you don't waste time using it. But in this case, the Skuntank actually was tanky and was not gonna be taken down by extreme speed. I could have tried extrasensory, but I don't think that would have worked either. But even so, I mean, my main thing was I did know before I did Pierce that Togedemaru had died, because I recognized that when I went into the menu to check. But it only died on that double battle anyway. So I still think that it was a fair play to make. It was a YOLO, yes, but it was a fair play to assume that 1 out of 2 Hydro Cannons would hit. Also, I think I would have taken it down with extreme speeds if it hadn't Toxic first turn, which is a random thing. It doesn't necessarily do Toxic there. So I don't know, like, it was fine, but that was a terrible time loss, of course, but whatever. Yeah, Skuntank should be Dark type, so it's, you know, it's not what you want to do. But yeah, no, Hydro Cannon should have worked. Oh, sorry, Hydro Pump, not Hydro Cannon. But I mean, there were many chances for extreme speed to work out as well. Like a crit would have done it, but very low chance, of course. But you know, if I had added any healing items, I would have also, of course, been completely fine. But that's the thing, like, you know, we don't pick up any specific, because normally you don't have to heal. One of the strengths of running with DLC thing, like, because you don't have to heal constantly. So I only had potions, and potion, of course, was not gonna cut it. I could have healed before the battle with the potions when I was in the menu, but I guess I had 4 of them, so in theory, I guess I could have, like, once I was aware of the problem, I could have gone into the menu and healed with 4 potions. But I didn't know the ranges, because I haven't run this before, I haven't done the calcs, so it would have been a bit of a, like, oh, let me just try and heal for 120 with 4 potions, because I'm worried. Maybe, might have made sense, but that would also have been big time loss. Not as much as 4 minutes, but there was every chance that the Hydro Pump simply works, first try or second try. In which case, it doesn't even lose time to not having used the ether, right? So, I don't know, whatever. Time save for next run, if I ever do a next run. Since I skipped the split, best possible time is still saying 4:18:59, but you know, it's not that. It is not that. I can't see anything in the last hour and 20 minutes where I would save minutes with the Suicune. Yeah, I mean, I needed 80% is not what I like, obviously. I hate Hydro Cannon, which is 10% to miss. So, I mean, you know, it's... But obviously Togedemaru was always gonna be dead in that case, because, you know, I kill it with Suicune. But I'm not used to that case, because I'm not used to having a surf that just murders everything, right? Right, this is a problem. I should have withdrew a Litwick here, I think. Because I'm gonna keep killing Togedemaru here. Which is bad. But I'm in a gym area now, so I can't withdraw. Damn it! Okay, well, time some next one. This is the problem. I haven't thought that through, but the fact that I have Surf, which also kills my companion, kind of makes it a problem. So, but thankfully we do have revives, but it is of course very slow to go in and do that, but whatever. Problem is actually his Obstagoon, which switches between P-Tick and Fight every turn. Yeah, it's true. I mean, his Obstruct kind of makes it difficult. Like, if it didn't Obstruct, I would have had one more shot at Hydro Cannon on the next one. So, and missing like, you know, hitting that 20% chance to miss 3 times in a row would indeed be some rotten luck. But since he obstructs and you did that, then there was a chance I could miss on him as well. So I don't know. I was trying to hit 2 out of 3 hydro cannons essentially then, since he obstructed. But at least I'll get a free heal after Aria because my second Pokemon will be dead. But anyway, it's time to leave Pierce alone. Like, that was a travesty, but it happened. I would blame RNG, like, you know, it was a bit of a poor RNG how it shaked out afterwards, but you know, the reason we got into that situation is of course my mistake in not picking up the ether. But I maintain that my reaction to not having the ether was still, while not necessarily the best move, I don't think it was strictly speaking wrong. It was a correct move, I just decided to risk it and it didn't work out. But it could have. I have seen far less likely YOLOs in my time. Because that could have, like, literally lost no time whatsoever. Potentially. But, any, like, going back to the Pokemon Center where everything is guaranteeing a minute time loss. So. I could have saved, though. That would have saved me a little bit of time, but the majority of the time loss is having to watch the Pierce cutscene again, and you can't save after the cutscene, sadly. So. Dying on Pierce is very sad and bad. And I've never done that before. Well, I have done that before, I think, but it's been a long while. Speed running YOLOs can be a huge big brain moment. Yeah, it is. Like, well, not so much big brain. I mean, you just decide to risk something. And then when it pays out, it looks really good. But I mean, it's just chance generally when you YOLO. But there are a couple of tricks that are like difficult to pull off that could also be considered YOLOs, of course. Those are more big brain things, but I mean, I wouldn't normally do those. But Pokemon speedruns are all about RNG, so in a way, like, you know, adapting to a situation that arises is what you do. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Like, world record in any percent 1.20, I keep bringing up, like, he'd forgotten to heal before a fight. He goes into the fight, he enters his attack move, realizes he's too low health, and would have lost the run if Coughing self-destructs. But Coughing doesn't self-destruct, and the run lives, and he goes on the world record. Like, you know, sometimes you get punished, sometimes you don't. That's just part of the risk you accept when you decide to run. Of course, I'm still gonna have a bad time here because I only have 1 Pokemon, you'll notice, instead of 2. So I'm not gonna be able to set up 2x specialist attack. No, sorry. I'm gonna do Surf here, I think. Maybe it would be right to do 2x special attacks with Suicune, actually, now that I think about it. I should have X special attack with Suicune and Togedemaru. Because then Togedemaru might still be alive, and they were unlikely to kill Suicune, but now I am only +2 instead of +4. Which probably isn't enough to kill these other ones. But I am level 77, so... So this is a terrible thing, but I'm gonna risk it and just, like, Surf twice, I think. Yeah. This run is quickly falling apart because I'm failing the logic. This comes with, like, I've run one run in this game too much, and since it's the same game, it's too similar. I run on autopilot, so I'm thinking like, oh yes, this is fine, and then it's like, oh no, wait, no, of course it's not fine because I have a Pokemon who's killing my teammate all the time. But as soon as I had entered the gym, it was too late. I can't pull out a new Pokemon from the box inside the gym or in the tapestry room, so I was forced to reckon with the one that I have. But it almost worked. I'm a bit scared what this Duraludon can do, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it doesn't kill Suicune, but if it has like some max lightning, then I'm dead. Instead it does like a tiny amount of damage, so it's like, it's fine, it's just a round loss. And that's the problem. I don't know this route, I don't know the calc, so sometimes it's a terrible, terrible mistake. Sometimes it's like, okay, well, you lose a round. So we'll save some time over Scyther here, I think, but still majorly behind, of course. Yeah, because we were like 4 or so behind on Pierce. So yeah, that's possible. Time we can get sub 425, but we can't get sub 420. I'm pretty sure. Sadly. Hey, we're gonna buy healing items. That's nice. I feel so scared because not having any healing items whatsoever has been very scary for me. But I haven't needed one until Pierce, I guess. But I mean, I couldn't have had a full restore on Pierce yet, but just having a hyper potion or energy root or something there would have been amazing. Ryan, you suck! You're not Dragon type gym leader! Yeah, exactly, that's what I imagine the crowd shout. You style yourself as a Dragon type gym leader! You liar! Liar! I mean, it was a run for fun to see how it goes, but I think this could work, right? It's I mean, it obviously could work. I mean, you know, there's literally like runs that has been submitted with like 4 or 5, so I mean, it's clearly a viable run. Okay, I bought it here instead of the station. Shouldn't matter. Whatever. Maybe I'll probably like revisit it, and then I'll do the same thing where, like, you know, I'll look for other Pokemon, but if I don't get anything that's earlier or better than Suicune, then I'll just do Suicune, and we'll we should be able to improve on this because we will pick up that ether, so we won't have the time loss on Pierce. Without the time loss on Pierce, we're probably saving a little bit of time on Pierce because Suicune doesn't have to set up, but Scyther did. So we would save time there, be like 17 minutes ahead. We'll save a little, like a minute on Ryan 1, be like 18 minutes ahead. Yeah, no, I like it. And then of course we still have the 448 to save here, potentially. Okay, so we're doing Postman again, yeah. Not that one. But I think with this, it's weak, and I think the other, why wouldn't we do the cabbie? Super effective text, maybe? Probably. Yeah, probably the super effective text. I'll see what I do when I reach the top of the hill. I like the cabbie because you don't have to go through the grass, but it's relatively rare to meet a Pokemon in that grass, so it's usually fine to go for the Postman. And it's Postman is usually what I do with Sobble because you're usually faster than Noctowl with Tailwind, so. Anyway, at least with the Sobbles that I accept to run anyway. Only barely worked, but whatever. Postman Harper stands around in the blizzard with its blue hat. Don't know the rest of this song in English. No. Anyway, sorry about that. So what are our major mistakes running Suicune here have been? Thinking only Suicune specific things, not like movement in general and all those things. It's first one that happens, not picking up the ether, big mistake, clearly. Like, cause it takes you 2 seconds and clearly saves you a lot of potential RNG. So that is the kind of place where normally in speedruns it takes a lot for us to sacrifice time for consistency, but obviously, like, that kind of consistency is worth that little amount of time. Next thing was, I don't know, then it's pretty standard with whatever, but the next real, like, Suicune specific mistake was on Marnie, where I used Surf instead of Extreme Speed on Liepard, or Extrasensory, or whatever it was I was supposed to use. That sort of screwed me over there, and incidentally, that mistake carried over to Pierce because I took more damage there because of that. Because of that extra damage, I died. Like, I might have been able to live if I hadn't done that mistake, so it compounds, right? So 2 mistakes in a row like that kinda is the problem. I think without that mistake, I would have still lived Pierce. I would have like survived barely and extreme speeded again. Would have been fine. Probably, possibly, like whatever. So that was a mistake. Then obviously on Pierce, I don't know. That wasn't as strict. Like the mistake, I wouldn't call it a mistake. It's just a carryover from not picking up the ether. It's just the mistake that I made in the first hour of the run only made itself relevant late in the run. I guess there's like two big things with Suicune so far that are Suicune specific. Although otherwise it's mainly like just movement and puzzles and wild Pokemon hitting. I should be more careful. I mean, you should always be careful and not hit wild Pokemon because it's so slow. But with Suicune especially, like it's like 20% worse because of the extra text box. So if I hit 5 wild Pokemon with Suicune, it's as if I hit 6 with another one. So I should be a little bit more careful with Suicune than I am with Sobble, I think. Well, why do you think in Pokemon Journey they had Ash battle the most annoying female companion? Because even they know Ash would have beat him super easily with his team. I suppose so. Although I don't remember the battle you speak of. I did watch Pokemon Journey, but I just binge watched it kind of, so I like it didn't stick so well, so I don't remember everything that happens in it. I remember that Ash travels around with like, you know, another male companion, and he like catches every Pokemon first try with like a Pokeball, because that's how you catch Pokemon these days apparently. Gone are the days of weakening them first. You just throw Pokeballs like Ash did in the anime in the very first season they did, where they made a huge point out of, this is not how you do it, it's not how it works, this doesn't work, you're terrible, Ash. And then it's like, we've come full circle now, like that's literally what you do. But whatever. I also remember Ash getting a Dragonite, which was very cool. I mean, spoiler alert. Oops, my bad. Ash gets a Dragonite, sorry. But if you're hardcore enough Pokemon fans that you know you're watching the animes or whatever, so I'm pretty sure like you're more caught up on that than me. But yeah, Dragonite. Yay! Dragonite is such a cool, like, he's a dragon, but he's like he's friendly dragon. He's friend. So for comparison, like we're like a good like 17, almost 18 minutes behind the world record. So I mean, it's not good, but I mean that is world record, right? So I mean, you know, it's you know, comparing to world record, it's, you know, a lofty goal for our very first weekend run, right? Oh, what did I do? Oh, I undid crap. Crap. Okay, well we no longer have a right hand split dial. I was trying to go up and down, but I hit left by mistake. So. Oops. Well, the next chapter, Master Journey. Ah, I see. Ooh, we're gonna use our next special attack with Suicune, not with Togedemaru. Maroon. Wow. Okay, so it says Surf Hydro Pump. Right, it's probably if I get tormented. Otherwise, I'll probably just, I don't know. Yeah. And it's Nasty Plot. Good. Okay, so need to remember not to search Toxicroak because that doesn't work. Morpeko is Surf. Morpeko, please. Thank you. Everything's Surf except Toxicroak, obviously. I hate his ability. Dry Skin is such a troll. So what I said earlier, we were like 18 minutes behind world record. Well, there you go then. 20 minutes ahead of our PB currently, but I mean it's gonna like not be so good in a short while. But I love the energy of like, you're 20 minutes ahead of your PB, but 18 minutes behind world record. Oof, your PB was so bad. Which I mean it was. Yeah, I felt like it was time for Ash to actually get some like a halfway decent Pokemon, because he far too often in the anime they force him to run around with like pretty garbage Pokemon like Pikachu, which is a staple, unevolved and everything, like completely useless of course. And he always gets new starters that for some reason he doesn't even evolve, and like, you know, all that kind of weird thing. Like, he always has such a strange and terrible team. Time for him to get something cool. Also, sorry, John47, if you're still here. I missed your follow because I was probably in the middle of my despair on Pierce and whatever, but thanks for the follow. Professional streamer, by the way. I mean, not actually, but... Well, I mean, I guess technically I make money on streaming, so it's like, you know, by the strictest definition of the word, it checks out, but not really. Alright, okay, well, so Marnie, yeah, 18 minutes behind. It's not good, it's not good. Well, 19 minutes, this looks much better, right? Yeah, sub 420 is definitely not happening. I don't see anything in this last hour that can PvP by that much. Sorry, beat gold by that much. Well, maybe Eternal is possible. Doubt it, but seems rather unlikely. But with our golds and everything, so if we look at a sum of best, we're still like, okay, so with us weekend, we're still looking at what, a 4 or 15. Like, it's not, the sum of best is not even as good as my Sobble sum of best, so there's clearly room for improvement, right? So some of this is movement, but also other mistakes, like the 4 minutes that we lost on Pierce here and that kind of thing. Like, you know. We'll see. I'll have to get more runs to get a more accurate thing there, so I don't know. But from the feel of it so far, I think it's safe to say that 80% with DLC runs will return. I don't know if I'll be running it over the summer, because summer is very hard, and like you probably can't tell. I hope you can't tell, but I'm like dying in this one really, and like want the run to be over so that I can like chill. But and it's gonna get worse. This is early summer. Early summer, it's not really that hot in Norway, but summer shouldn't be that hot in Norway in general. But it is hot, and it gets worse. And I don't want to be doing runs too much when it's warm, so I don't know what I will do. May have to do some summertime changes to stream. But 80% with DLC will return, I think, because I didn't think I would like it as much as I have so far. And I see that, you know, even the Suicune route, like, I could see myself going for Suicune. That should be more consistent than just resetting for Crocodiles or something. Like, you know, I'm not going for world record, but if I'm trying to get like a good time with Suicune, maybe I'll go with like Suicune world record, right? 405 or whatever. Very difficult for me. I would expect to save like 10 minutes over my Sobble run. Would get me 409. That could be my goal, a sub 410 or something, right? And I think we could work towards that. Because we have a lot of time save that should be easy, and then we have some time save that we can just work on. And it will still feed into the same thing, that if I get a good Sobble, I can just run Sobble instead, which I would prefer generally. And both of those runs, all the puzzles and everything, is the same practice. Like, movement is largely the same. Yes, you pick up different items and everything, but movement is largely the same, puzzles are the same, so on and so forth. So I think we'll call it good in that regard. Should save some time on Hop, because Scyther had some setup, I'm pretty sure. Suicune is just solid because like Water Pokemon is just very good in Sword. I mean, Sobble being a good choice. Wow, you're a wizard. You use super effective moves. It's almost as if you beat 8 gym leaders and some rivals and stuff to get to this point. Wow, you're so good. Okay, we say 2.5 seconds. Never mind, I don't think Scyther did any significant setup. Can apparently save a lot of time on Oleana though. Depends on how much she trolls us. Or how the fight is with Suicune, I guess. Oh, apparently I'm supposed to buy calciums? Okay then. Then I won't save so much time on... But I will trust the guide. You know, trusting the guide and actually having picked up the ether would have, like, you know, saved me so much time. So, I mean, I definitely should have done that. But that wasn't a case of not trusting the guide. That was a case of not reading that specific line in the guide. It was very easy to scroll past because I'm autopiloting that section too much. Because I've done it in other runs. It happens. Should we go and teach Hydro Cannon over Hydro Pump because it's more likely to hit? Haha. Actually, I'm pretty sure Suicune probably can't learn it. I think it's only your starters that get to learn those special moves. Like Water Pledge and Hydro Cannon. And equivalent for like the Grass and Fire starter. Pretty sure anyway. Not sure. Although I wonder if Charmander, I think maybe I tried to check that. I think Charmander was allowed to go and learn Fire Pledge. But he's also a starter, of course, just from Kanto. Oh crap, I always forget that I have to walk over here to start this. There is, of course, some RNG in the run, like which Pokemon do you get the opportunity to pick in Dynamax Center? Will one of them be able to defeat Suicune? What Pokemon does your AI companions get? Which Pokemon do you find along the way? Are you able to kill them fast enough? Like, there's some RNG there, obviously. But I mean, this wasn't a particular ideal case, but it did get Suicune, though. I mean, it's clearly possible to not even get Suicune, but then it would be a reset like any other, so... It would just be like a reset, like when I reset because Milo quits you or whatever. It can happen. But I think it will be more likely than the Milo crit. You love this game, but you really hope next generation or next version of Sword and Shield have better character, because even though you love the game, this game has no real villains. Instead, real villains is just misguided idiots, or in the case of Team Yell, more like the glory feed a cheerleader gangs, plus don't get legendary tell after you beat the game. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. Like there is some sentiment in the community that it feels a bit unfinished towards the end. This segment, I feel like, is a bit of a weak point of the game, honestly. Like, you've done the 8 gyms, you've gone through what passes for Victory Road in this game, and then you have this weird thing where you're just beating up a bunch of employees in a company and like raise the tower. I don't like, why is this here? But I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the minority, but I will actually counter the point and say I actually found it refreshing that for once it's not, oh, here you are, 10-year-old kid, you're the only one who can save the world, but you're like a dead-ass normal Pokemon, you have to go and beat this huge criminal organization because no one else can, apparently. In this one, they're like, no, I mean, leave that to us, we're adults, and I'm the champion, you know, you focus on your gym challenge. I kind of like the alternative take on it, if I'm being honest. But, you know, whatever. But the legendary thing was weird. The box art legendary being like, in postgame, I actually missed it on my first casual playthrough, right? Because I knew it would be after the postgame as soon as I didn't have it before, which happens. You know, you had Mewtwo be after, right? And that's the thing. But it didn't say anything. Like, I was just, okay, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the Slumbering Weald, right? But it's just gonna go to Slumbering Weald and throw Master Ball at him. I don't bother. Turns out they had a whole postgame thing that I didn't even know about. That wasn't really translated that would happen because I didn't go there to catch the legendary postgame because as far as I knew, the game was over already, right? So that was a weird decision on their part. We do get a legendary before, but no, because Eternatus is a legendary. It doesn't say anything about Blizzard, so I guess we're not gonna teach Blizzard. That was a very high level to learn Blizzard in, by the way. But yeah, I can't see anything about Blizzard here, so definitely no. But interesting tech, though. Another move that can miss, yay! I don't think we're using any extreme speeds though, so I mean I could probably have taught it over that, but it will be time loss anyway, so whatever. But yeah, I mean it could be improved, but I mean I'm just generally hoping for the next mainline game as well, you know, not Arceus with its like open world and weird graphics experiment, and not the remakes of Diamond and Pearl, which I've never played, and they're like graphics experiment with the chibi style, but like the next mainline game that happens. Because it would be nice to get in on the ground floor with speedrunning and be part of the evolution there and not become so late. Like, I only started 2 months ago. Well, I started playing the game this year, but I mean, it was already like out for a long while, but I got speedrun I started like 2 months ago or so. But by then everyone had run so long. And you know, that's nice to come to like finished routes and whatever, but it's, you know, a bit of a different, you know, there's not too many people running it anymore, there's not so much activity, like everybody surf now, surf. Actually, the legendary darkness Pokemon was mythical, not actually legendary. Well, maybe so, but legendary in terms of, like, you know, Pokemon things, I still think it fits the category, unless they've decided to have a new definition, like have it be its own thing. But I mean, it's like, it qualifies as a legendary in terms of like how strong and stuff it is anyway, so. Feels like a lot of people found speedrunning this year, or maybe it always is like this. No, speedrunning has been steadily improving over the years, I think. But definitely like Corona and everything, you know, people have more time to like try new things. They sit home, they just want to do something like. But it has been growing for a long time, ever since I discovered it. Like, I knew it was a thing before, but I never watched anything. But I just randomly caught the Ocarina of Time speedrun run on the like GDQ event by Danny B, and I was like, oh, this seems kind of cool. And like, you know, from there on out, I watched a lot of speedruns, and I watched more and more people watch, at least, not necessarily run, but I mean, there's more runners. I think it's a mix of like more accessibility of hardware to allow streaming and stuff. Like, before Twitch, people speedran, but it wasn't such a social thing. Like, you know, you would sit there by yourself, just speedrunning against yourself, record it locally on some crappy graphics. Like, you know, you'd have like local recordings that have low quality and whatever, and you'd have that as proof that you could submit, like, if something happened. But you wouldn't have viewer interaction or anything like that while you're running, so you would just be sitting there on your own. So I can absolutely see that, like, the more it becomes more mainline to have this as a thing that you do as a hobby and people tuning in to chat with it, I can definitely see it growing because of that. But then also just natural growth, like the GDQ events gets bigger as time goes along. Those are, of course, the events where you find most, I hesitate to say the word, but like most regular or normal people tune in to watch speedruns, right? You know, it's a big event and everything, and they'll just watch a bunch of their old classics, and then a bunch of games they never heard of get completely trashed, you know, that kind of thing. And then maybe they discover it, and then they look at it. And the more you watch speedrun, the more it is easy to get enticed into trying it yourself, because everyone has a game that they like, assuming they're watching any gameplay. You know, you may not like computer games, but in that case you probably wouldn't end up watching a speedrun anyway. So it is really about, oh, well, I really like this old game. Turns out there's a speedrunning community around it. Now you have people who enjoy the game as much as you do, possibly more. You can share your love for the game with them, and you can keep playing it. Because replayability in a casual sense is typically quite limited. I replay games a lot and reread books and all of that kind of stuff, but I can't do it every day, every week, right? You know, that's not feasible. Like, it's not fun. But speedruns is a different way to play the game that, assuming you like the speedrunning concept in itself, you can get to replay your same game. And I like this game. I like playing through the game because the speedrun doesn't skip everything. So I would also enjoy something like Ocarina of Time glitchless a lot. Although it's getting crazier and crazier, but I don't have the hardware to run that on, right? I don't have the Wii, I don't have all of that set up, so it's not so simple. But not a lot of people speedrun this game anymore, sadly. It is a bit longer, even amongst the new Pokemon games, like Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu are it's like a full hour faster, but it does have motion controls. So. And then a lot of Pokemon speedrunners, of course, like the old games. But I mean, I watched speedrunning for many years before I always considered it seriously, but I never had the inclination to do it in any game. I never had a route or a run where I figured, oh, I can do this. So this was the first one where I played, and I played it in 10%, and I thought, okay, I completed it in 8 hours by just playing it with a regular team and just trying to go fast and not catching unnecessary Pokemon, that kind of thing. So it was clear that, okay, well, but 8 hours wasn't that far off. I mean, it is far off, like it's twice as long, right? But I just watched the run, and I was like, looked at the route, and I was like, actually, this route is not that complicated. It has a lot of RNG, which no one controls, so we're on equal footing in that regard. So, while world record, maybe he plays more often than he has ability or willingness to do that, and therefore he will sooner or later get better RNG, but on the face of it, each individual run we do, we have the same chance, right? On RNG bit. And then there's a lot of movement, which of course, better runners are better at, but you can learn that, and it's not complicated movement. If you look at something like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, there's a lot of precise tricks, and like, you know, angles you get, and jump slashing, and timing, and all of these things, aiming. A lot of things which are things that I'm not very good at. So I could get better at them with practice, but it was gonna be very difficult for me to jump into something like that and compete immediately. But here, I saw that, okay, well, there is movement and optimization you can do, but for the most part, a lot of the runners just you hold the trigger and mash A. That deals with all of the text boxes. There's double inputs in menuing, but that is a trick that lets you menu faster, but it is not necessary. A lot of good runs were made before they discovered that trick. It saves a little bit of time if you do it correctly throughout the run. And I started incorporating it as soon as I could, but it wasn't like ultra necessary to get a good time. The last remaining bit is actually just choosing what moves to use. Would I be able to figure that out on my own? No, I don't have the knowledge and experience to do that, so that would take a very long time. But there were already routes for it, right? Very thoroughly so. Wartab had made a any percent Sobble route that was so solid that I could just pick up that route, and the first time I played through it, I just followed through the route, and yes, I had a terrible time, 5 hours, 20 minutes, but I was literally speedrunning the first time in my life, reading as I went along, right? Second run PB, about 20 minutes, and so on, and so it was perfectly feasible to improve from there. And after 12 completed runs, I got a time that was for sub 420. It's still not a very good time compared to the old leaderboard, but on the new leaderboard for the current patch, it is third place of the submitted runs. I think there are 2 people who have better runs who hasn't submitted, at the very least, and there are certainly a lot of the people who ran it when on the old patch that either has better runs on new patch but never recorded and submitted because at that point there was no point, or that would be able to easily get a better time if they return to it. But that's ifs and buts. Currently they haven't, so I'll take what I can get. And I can still improve, right? There are still places where I can see marked chances for me to improve if I'm willing to dedicate the time to it. Now, am I willing to do that? I don't know. I'm probably more likely to move on to a new run like 90% with DLC or something, because I'd have to shave off a full 5 minutes and then a little bit more to be able to get any movement on the leaderboard. I would still like a better run, but like, it's also nice to try different things. Ah, yeah, no, you're welcome. I mean, it's always nice to share. I have no problems sharing. Sharing is caring, as they say. But yeah. I mean, I started out simply with streaming in 10% of like games that I like, which is not really speedrunning, but it was still like running with a timer and sitting down, completing something in one go. So I guess that was a sort of preparation, I suppose you could say. But for the most part, I was inspired by the runners that I watched. Oh, what was my character doing? I was just looking down. Was I really taking that long? Oh, we need to use a Hydro Bump on Milotic? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, no, right. I guess we're doing that. It's kind of curious that we do setup of X special attack on Serena of all things. You would think she would be like grass, ice, and would like be dangerous to my water type, but okay. In the guide we trust. But it would be nice for the new Pokemon game to come along, and for me to be able to be part of all of these things and know a bit more about why we arrived at this route. Maybe even help out. Like, I would like to give back to the community as well and not just leech off of everyone else's hard work, right? It would be very nice to go and like, you know, I found this trick, or I found that time. Okay, well, that's 2 misses. I mean, Milotic isn't dangerous. It's just one of these is gonna have to hit soon. Thank you. What? Oleana's gotta finish this. She's got the crazy eyes. But my dream would be to run Ocarina of Time somehow. It is the game that I love the most. It is the game that I first watched speedruns of. But I will not get a Wii and run it on old software, so it would require a release on a modern console. So if they release it for Switch, I will definitely try that. But barring that, I'm waiting for the next Pokemon game, or alternatively like a Zelda game that I enjoy and think that I can do. Still a bit on the fence about like the movement in Zelda games and if I'm gonna be able to be precise enough, but I am a firm believer that you can improve anything with practice. I'm not saying that anyone that practices can be the best in the world, because that's a bit of a, like, not true. Sometimes it's just, you could butt your head against it forever and ever, and sometimes, you know, maybe you're just not as good as the other guy, right? Or the other person. So, but you can always improve. And speedrunning is largely about improving against your own time. So as long as, you know, you're having fun, there's no barring. And with Ocarina of Time, I think I would. So. But in Pokemon, I feel like I can maybe compete. Because I have Perseverance, which is one of the key attributes, in my belief, for Pokemon speedrunning and speedrunning in general, because it's about not getting too disheartened when you don't improve or when your runs die to RNG and everything. Like, it's easy to get flustered and tilt. I do that. But I try to keep a positive attitude, and just at the end of the day, if RNG kills your run, it's like, it's fine. You know, it's not your fault, and it'll just happen. Next time, maybe it won't. But I don't want to have too much of it, because I don't have enough time to run runs like that. So, which is why the sub 90% route, once I'm approaching better times, I'm not so happy with how much RNG it has, because at that point I'm feeling like my improvements in gameplay are getting like stalled, because I'm constantly butting against RNG. But we aren't on that run now. But I also, like, to everyone who is interested in maybe trying speedrunning, I wholly recommend just try it. You have nothing to lose, I mean, except the hours that you put into it, I suppose. But no one is here saying that you have to like get a good time the first time. That would be ridiculous. No one is saying that, you know, your run has to be even recorded or streamed if you don't want it to be. No one has to say that you have to submit it if you don't want anyone to see it. No one, like, none of that. If you just want to do it, you just do it. And hey, if you actually, like, you know, you start a 4-hour run and it turns out that 2 hours in you don't like it, you can just stop. Like, it's not a like lifelong commitment. Just try it, right? If you're interested. Like, if you're not interested, obviously don't. But like, it's simple in that case, because the barrier to entry isn't that high. It can be, depending on the game, of course. So I can see, like, you know, you're interested in speedrunning Ocarina of Time, but you don't have a Wii, so maybe you don't want to get that Wii. I can get that, absolutely. But there should be, in all likelihood, if you are a gamer, there's probably a game that you are playing, that you like, that has speedruns, that you could look into, maybe, right? Just, you know, it's a different way to play, it's true. And like, if you spend one evening on it, you figure out whether you like it or not. People waste time doing all kinds of things that are far more wasteful than that. You can do far worse than spend an evening on trying out something new. Trying new experiences is generally like a thing that I support, but I'm not in the camp where, like, you know, you have to try everything. No. I mean, you're also allowed to look at something and say, I don't think I like that. I'm not gonna do it. That's okay too. It's fine. You know, I'm not your parent trying to get you to eat your vegetables, saying you have to try it at least once. I'm just like, hey, you know, if you look at a game and you think this looks like it's incredibly boring and I don't want to play it, then by all means, don't play it. Like, it's simple. Look at this level 78 Pokemon, is ridiculous. Don't you play rough with me. But you do see that my enemies are starting to do damage. Granted, that was a crit, but still, they're starting to do damage. But I still have a lot of health and I'm like ridiculously high levels now. Okay, so best possible time dropped down to 4:20:50. Still don't think that we're gonna find like a minute of gold anywhere, but maybe, but nah. All of these trainer fights are just short trainer fights, and I do have to do one round of setup on all of them. So we won't be saving significant time here. Maybe on Rose and Eternatus, maybe. Leon will be the same as he always is, so. Although, with Scyther we had the YOLO, the not using X speed on Leon. And even though we had above the speed that you're supposed to need, we still got outsped and wrecked for not having used X-Speed, but we somehow survived because Leon, in his infinite wisdom, decided to use Max Overgrowth with his Gigantamax Charizard, which is of course exactly what you want your fire Pokemon to do against your Dragon Poison legendary opponent. I feel like grass moves with a fire Pokemon should be like reverse stab. It's like opposite type attack bonus. O-tab? No. Yeah, O-tab. And that would be cool if they added that. Or actually, it might be a bit annoying actually, but it probably wouldn't affect things much, honestly. Now that I think about it. I'm still in the camp. I mean, I know most people don't agree, but I'm in the camp that they should experiment with triple typing. Yes, it breaks a lot of things in the Pokemon game, but you can make a new system. I think they need a shake-up, right? It will be complex. It'll be different. But it would be a cooler thing and more appropriate than a lot of these. Oh, I heard you liked when we made this thing where your Pokemon can get bigger. We made a different version of when your Pokemon can get bigger. This time they're bigger and purple. Like, whatever. Triple typing would be strange, yes. But you could finally give Charizard his Dragon type that he so rightly deserves. Same thing with Gyarados and a number of other Pokemon that clearly are 3 types. I'm just saying. Other than that, what they could do is like they could look into New Game Plus things where, you know, you could play as your rival. Like in this game, imagine if you, after you finish the game, you get to play as Hop and like, you know, you journey through another gym challenge mission and, you know, you go and face your former character and you beat your old team and like... And you could just keep that going. You just swap between the characters and it's like an eternal battle. I mean, until you're both level 100, I guess, but whatever. But you would have to keep perfecting the teams and countering your own team, right? And then also more customization, please. You know, girls get makeup in this game, or boys don't. But, you know, it's like, I don't know, just like let people use the vast variety of things that you've added to the game. You know, the beads coat is amazing, but you can't wear it because you can't buy it anywhere. I don't know. Let people wear the gym uniforms that you get as rewards and stuff in the trainer battles here, like, you know, instead of like forcing them to wear the bland one. But also, very radical idea, I know, but I mean, also, consider maybe letting people be, I don't know, not a 10-year-old kid when you start out. I mean, it's just like a wild idea, you know. We see in this gym challenge things, there's clearly like everything from young people to old people entering the gym challenge. We don't see any like of those youngsters or like, you know, tiny kids. No one seems to be younger than us, but why can't we be like an adult or a young adult or like a teen or something? Like, why Nintendo? Why Game Freak? Like, I know anime, everything, but I mean, just let people have a choice, I guess. You know? Like, I mean, it's fine. This is one of the few games where you get to play a child, I guess. But I mean, some of us may not want to do that. Because when you have customization, it's very natural that people will want to, like... one thing that people like is to make them look more like themselves. Another one is that they want to make them look like some sort of vision that they think is cool, but you're very limited when the looks of your character is so based in like a certain, like, you know. Anyway, whatever. Rant over. Every day I'm ranting. I mean, I have to rant. What else am I gonna do in a speedrun? I hate Dynamax because it takes a bunch of time. But they're nice for like letting me pour myself another glass of drink or whatever, because, you know, it's 40 seconds of not having to make inputs. Whereas the rest of the game's cutscenes and alls requires a lot of inputs. Oh, it's late on the split, but hey, it helps. We're not really saving enough time here though, so I don't know if it's gonna be possible. It's probably annoyingly gonna be like right on the cusp, but not quite sub 420. But I will point out that I don't need to get sub 420 to get second place with Suicune. Granted, Suicune, it's only Suicunes on the leaderboard as a whole. 420 is like nothing. But if I get sub 422, I'll probably get a second with Suicune. So honestly, at that point, yeah, I'm submitting. Because, you know, hey, whatever. It's a decent Suicune run. Although, I mean, a lot of people probably has had better Suicune runs. They just had better runs with other Pokemon that have obsoleted their Suicune runs. Now that I think about it, but whatever. Not my problem. I did say if I got sub 430, I would submit it either way, so... Unless something goes wrong from here on out, we should be on target for that. There's only so much left of the run, so how much could I screw up? Massively. My capacity to screw up is unlimited. One of my earlier runs, I even screwed that Leon fight by, like, you know, using flamethrower on Gudra. It was terrible. But also, I'm hungry and it's hot, so I'm also looking very forward to the run being over. But it has been fun, so I think like I could easily do another Suicune run or two without feeling like I'm bored. Because I don't mind running the same Pokemon. That sort of appealed to me as well. Like, actually, like I run Sobble. It's nice to run the same one. Part of the charm of 90% with these is though is to get a different Pokemon. But since they're not all good enough, really, then you know. But I'm happy that I had Scyther yesterday. Scyther was a wild ride. A cool ride, to be sure, but a wild one. Now I am water. Is there anything that Eternus has that is very dangerous to me? No, he has Cross Poison, Dynamax Cannon, Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower. Yeah, no, I'm pretty good. Flamethrower should also like be not a problem. Probably. Hopefully. But I like it. Most speedrunning communities that I've seen or been part of or stuff like that, very welcoming people. Always eager to welcome new runners and cheer them on. Like, you know, well, the speedrunners who might have world record and be such better players, but they're still like just happy to see other people take up their games. It's fun to see Pokemon in the speedrun community always advocate for the games that they play and go like, hey, you know, you should speedrun Sword, you should speedrun X, you should speedrun, like, you know. So that's nice, and it's like everyone's encouraging. Like when you get PBs, like they're never like, oh, but your PB sucks. Like no one ever goes like that, which would be very bad. Like they always go like, in congratulations, right? You know, it's a shared quest, and then yes, you know, and people have different viewerships and everything, but just being part of the community is nice. And I'm noticing the more I run, you know, the more, you know, it's easy to get accepted, and people just like Edgy. I even raided me the other day when I was on my 419 pace with my 90% run, and like. I wouldn't imagine even, you know, here's the guy with second place and stuff. You know, it's like that kind of thing. It's like, it's wholesome. I like it. The only critique is from the runners. Yeah, it's true. Generally, like you have two types of critiques. One is the runner beating themselves down. I do the same. It's a speedrunner thing. It's very hard to not do so. But when I'm watching, I'm always like, you know, I'm watching my boy Cruxer, and I'm like, you know, oh, it's fine. You're still better than like the vast majority of people. And like this mistake, like anyone could have been the RNG. It's not even like, you know, all of these kind of things. Like it looks amazing to us, but you know, it's easy to beat yourself down. It's like I should have done this, I should have done that, and so on. But so limiting that, I think, is key to being able to stay in the game. Either that, or if you're perfectly okay with beating yourself down. But typically, humans in general, don't do so well when you constantly berate yourself, because you know your words become your thoughts, which become your internalized feelings about yourself in a way. So I try to limit it when I can to snap out of it, but anyway, it's not that easy. The other kind of critique is from random watchers who has their own idea of how the speedrun should be, which is fair. Like I could see that, you know, I see a glitch just run. I see a glitch and I go like, you know what? I don't like it. I'm like, I don't like this glitch. I feel that this is silly and it shouldn't, like, this doesn't belong here. I can run without that, but I mean, then there won't be a leaderboard. So I mean, on the whole, like, speedrunning is just a community thing. Like, if we've just agreed on some arbitrary rules, but no one can stop you from running it the way you want. Like, I run Nintendo% as I call it. There's no leaderboard, so I don't submit it anywhere, but it's something that I do for myself to see how fast do I beat a game if I play it normally. Like, and people can knock the concept of a Nintendo% rule set in a speedrun as much as they want. They can't take away from you the ability to run it if you want, but it does add something to be able to run something that other people do, because while it's not necessarily about comparing yourself to others, you should always be comparing your runs against yourself instead, to measure your improvement rather than trying some unattainable goal or like something that will get you down. But if you are in the running, then absolutely compare yourself to world record all you want. I'm just like, I feel like a lot of people go in, it's like, why are you doing this if you're not doing it to get world record? It's the entirely wrong way to go about it, right? We don't all do something just because we think we can be the best in the world at it. Imagine if, like, sure, when you were a kid, maybe you started soccer because you thought that you were going to be the next Ronaldo or whatever, but when you get a little bit older, you might still enjoy doing soccer or football or whatever sport or whatever. And you'll realistically know that you're not necessarily going to be the very best in the world. You'll know that if you keep at it, you'll be good, and maybe you have the prospects of being really good. But it, like, no one's saying that you should quit sports because, like, you can't be the best, right? That's a silly thing, to me anyway. But yeah, do what you want. But yeah, runners are usually the hardest ones about the runs themselves. Viewers might have thoughts about, why are you glitching? Why are you doing that? Why are you skipping that way? That's not a, like, you know, that kind of thing. But you know, that's just like, these are the rules we have. If you don't like it, go run it the way you want to. But a lot of those types of viewers typically wouldn't be speedrunning anyway. Like, they just want to watch a playthrough that is exactly how they envision it, but they don't want to play that themselves, which is kind of a, that's fair to want, but it's not fair to put it on someone else to push it into the world, right? Alright, so I mean, 357 is pretty good. Like, you know, we're a little bit behind, of course. We're just gonna go in and fight Leon now. We've finally defeated all of the gym leaders, so next up is the champion battle itself. You know, Hop has congratulated us and wished us luck, so we have everything neat. As you see, we're still behind though. Like, you know, Leon will take longer than sadly, it will take longer than a minute and a half, so, like, you know, we're not going to beat world record, but I mean, maybe we'll get a bit close, you know, if we just, like, beat Leon very fast here. We just need to, like, put out a good fight with our Suicune, you know. We don't need that to turn this thing, we're just going straight for Leon here. So, I mean, you know, we're in the running up, of course, you know, it's kind of very good, very good. It's very good pace, you know, it's going to be faster than my 419 any% with sword as well. So I mean, I'm really happy, you know. Imagine getting that with your second any% with DLC. It's pretty good. Oh no, wait, what's that? Oh no, pay to play. Oh, we're running out. Oh, I guess we're not fighting now. Okay, well, never mind then. Again, a choice I strongly disagree with. This is such a troll by the game. It's like, I don't like it. Why is it this way? It debates you twice. Like, you get to the stadium, you fight some people. Oh no, we interrupt your fighting of the gym challenge and everything to bring you. You have to interrupt Big Brother's dinner with the CEO battles, okay? And then we do that for 20 minutes. And then it's like, but now you're fighting the gym challenge and you're about to fight the champion. But wait, but we interrupt your fighting the champion with the said CEO of earlier has actually decided to go crazy because he didn't want to wait a single day. So he has to, like, do it now, because in 1,000 years we might not have energy. So obviously the only solution is to start the world-ending sequence right now while the champion is busy. So then it kickstarts yet another 20-minute sequence where we do, like, something completely aside. But I mean, I guess we're saving the world, but, like, you know, it's a bit of all game they've been doing, like, no, the champion has to save the world. But once again, it's up to the kids, because we're the only ones who randomly found some wolves in the forest and, you know that we gotta do that. Okay, so it's left, right, left, right. Okay, hopefully we don't get too many wild encounters here. We probably will, knowing myself, but I knew it. Should have gone towards. But going towards the screen has been screwing me over lately, so I was planning to go furthest away this point. But alas not. Okay, well, PV also, well, I say PV, last run, the only run that I've done so far, which then technically I guess is PP, also hit a wild encounter here, but it only hit one. I think I maybe would have been able to evade this one if I hugged the wall closer, but they were kind of crappy. Once. I have exactly once moved through this area without a single encounter. And it felt so good. Like, I just swept through it without hitting anything. But it wasn't like because I was such a god gamer, it was just the RNG of where they spawned made it simple. Okay, this section was better. Sometimes there's a wheezing that trolls you. But still, 2 wild encounters in Slumber Wheel is pretty bad. The best time I moved through it was pretty smooth, but I did have to do a loop and, like, you know, realign myself for the first grass. But I was able to do that instead of getting the wild encounters, so it was still pretty good compared to this garbage. Oh, whatever. Maybe Rosa would be faster. We still have to set up oof, we have to get a hydro pump. I don't like that. Hey, where are you going? We need help over here. I don't understand this. Like, we ran into this forest and my mum and Sonia stood there waving at us, waving goodbye. Apparently, waving goodbye also means that you immediately follow them. She waves goodbye, follows us so fast that she catches up with us. You know, we're on a bike, so we're clearly a little bit faster, but she catches up with us immediately. Like, why would you even wave goodbye then? I mean, wouldn't you just say, hey, I'm coming with you? What? I don't get it. Such a weird thing. Also, like, she serves no purpose. She just comes to say, hey, what are you doing? You're weird for being here. Like, what? So weird. The Stuff of Legend. Yeah, rusted sword and shield. Perfect. Stuff of Legends. Well, I mean, I guess all the archaeology artifacts tend to be rusted, so I mean, that's fine. But I think these would have been, like, you know, pretty much like gone at this point if they were actually just lying exposed like this, but I guess, you know, as we learn later, they are actually mystical, magical artifacts, so... Which is just weird, because that just means that they're designed to be rusty and look old until, like, they're put in the hands of their rightful master, which is, like, curious. Because this pedestal clearly seems like it's designed to hold something that's whole, but these things have been broken and thrown down on the floor. We never learn why. We also don't learn why the wolves have had one of the ears cut off and why the ears heal themselves when they pick up the sword and shield. Hashtag just Pokemon things. Oh wait, so sub 420? Probably dead. Probably dead. But I won't say that it is impossible to find some 26 second time save to gold here with Suicune compared to Sobble. But looking at the Rose encounter, it's this, in the ideal case for Sobble, it's the same amount of inputs, but this one has the chance for Hydro Pump to miss. Also, I hit extra wild encounters, so I don't think we're gonna tie Sobble PB on this one. Nice Sobble gold on this one, unfortunately. So we'll just lose time here, which means that we'll have to save. And Rose will be the same as he is with Sobble because we use Eternatus, so it's literally the same. So the only hope we have then is that the Eternatus fights are somehow massive time saves using Suicune, which they can be. I don't know, but I suspect that it's possible to get some time save there. But I refuse to believe in the 30-second gold on Eternatus 1 and 2. Probably has to be 40 seconds actually with how the movement went in that slumbering wheel, unfortunately. Can't let you interfere with my plan. He's like evil Mesmer. I do like the soundtrack though. Also, it has lyrics, unlike Pierce's rock concert where he's singing into a microphone with no instruments. And yet, there's only instruments and no actual vocals. Imagine that. I do like that we never have to Dynamax with Suicune though, so that's... I did Dynamax with Jolteon though, so I mean I did have wasted time on Dynamaxing, but I'm not sure it would have gone so fast if I didn't Dynamax with that one. So, if we miss Hydro Pump on Ferrothorn, it's pretty bad, but I don't like he shouldn't be able to kill us or anything like that. It's just time waste, you know. You're pretty tough, yes, entirely too tough. It's very unfair. I still don't know what those 19 calciums were for, really, but I'm sure they were necessary in some way. Oh shit! Oh, this is Ferrothorn. Crap. Okay, well, again, wrong order in the list. It says Berserker, but that's just the same list as it is for Sobble, so I already wasted time. I even said earlier this run I need to pay attention to that, but I'm so used to solos. I don't even pay attention to the screen. I'm like looking at what I need to do instead of. But okay, fine. In that case, it's just surf from here on out. It's not time loss if Hydro Pump missed, but Hydro Pump is more likely to hit than to miss, so statistically Hydro Pump would have been a time save over surf there. Also, like, who knows what Ferrothorn could have done. Like, maybe he could have like paralyzed me or done some other horrible thing. Special attack dropped me or something. I don't know. I have no idea what Ferrothorn can do because you normally don't. Yeah, it's not looking good for you, is it? I took some damage to here, but I did buy full restores, but I haven't had to use any yet. But I think I will use one before Eternatus, even though it's tempting to go for the time save, honestly. Should I? Should I ignore healing before Eternatus and just... Because it's tempting to like heal and save for safety. But I feel like if any Pokemon should be safe on Eternatus, it should be like Suicune. Because we literally just extrasensory kills Eternatus on turn 1, so he shouldn't do any damage to us. So yeah, healing doesn't make any sense. I'll heal on big Eternatus if I am damaged and whatever, but I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we got okay, fair enough. That's 7 seconds. Okay, it's possible, it's possible. We do have to save time on Eternatus here though, which we should do because I don't think I've ever had anything that literally just kills and move on, so... Okay, it's possible, it's possible. 420 somehow is probably, possibly, still possible, even though we lost so much time on Pierce. But I think it's a case of like, I didn't know that Suicune could save so much time and like in Scyther couldn't. But Suicune is a legendary and it's very high level, and it's also a water Pokemon. Makes sense, I guess. I'm not gonna safety save. We're banking everything on the sub 420 now. Not that, like, you know, whatever. But since sub 420 was such a big goal for me in like the regular 90%, it would be a nice goal here as well. And if I just get it the first try with Suicune, it just goes to show how much faster Suicune is, right? Because, you know, I only got 419 the last run that I did with regular 90%. Now, of course, maybe I screw something up, but Leon should be fine unless there's a chance that I get the most garbage Eternatus in history and then like swapping to Eternatus to kill Leon actually kind of like ruins it. You would think you would still use Suicune, but nope. You switch to Eternatus still, even though you already have a legendary. It's high level. But Eternatus is a known quantity and has like moves that are just very smooth against Leon's team. Okay, so we didn't end up needing the X accuracy, which I'm glad about. I probably wasted time buying that. You know, it could cost me the 420 buying that, actually. It's kind of weird when things get that close. But I mean, there's many such hookers. We have guard specs here. We bought 2 though, so I mean, we could have also saved some time by only buying 1 of that and 1 XP. Oh, well, that didn't kill him at all. It just says extrasensory, but I guess whatever. I would have assumed it would one-shot the way it was phrased, but I guess it should have said X2. I don't know. Okay, possible. Still possible. It's gonna be tight, because tying gold on Leon isn't always good. Like, it depends a little bit on my menuing and movement, so. But if I can save serious time on Eternatus too, like, you know, not more, I need to gold here really, so I need to save more than 3 minutes and 23 seconds. But obviously, you know, I need to not die here. Problem is, it's a lot about the Wolfies here, right? It's gonna be guard spec and then extrasensory probably. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about extrasensory. Actually a bit weird that it doesn't say what move to spam, but it shouldn't be a hard read, because if you use extrasensory on the other one, you should use it here too. Wow, it's huge! Yeah, but I have a legendary Pokemon that's a higher level hop. Don't worry about it. Okay, it was definitely the right decision not to heal, because you get the free heal here and I wasn't even in danger the other one. Now, I know that it's not working this third time, but I want to set up extrasensory now so that I can mash A later without having to pick it. And I don't think it should consume too much power points. It's true, we did find those Sword and Shield. Like, that's literally what we literally just did. Oh, it's not consuming power points. Okay, in that case it's fine. Well, it would always be fine, like, even though he's exerting pressure, I mean, surely it couldn't do that much. Okay, so with the goals, we're getting down to like a sub 414. It's getting close, but it's not quite as good as my sum of best for regular Sobble runs, but we could definitely get there. We just need to do more weekend runs. I think I probably will return to 90% with DLC, and it will probably be run Sobble if Sobble is godlike. Assume that we'll be running Suicune, but if we find a better Pokemon than Suicune that I want to run, and it's in one of the early, like, you know, the first or second encounter, we'll do that instead of Suicune. But otherwise we'll be assuming Suicune and just running it regular Sobble if we find a very good Sobble. Or find, I say, you know, if we get. Oh, Lord. Lord. Wolf with sword, wolf with shield. No, my shield, it's gone. Like, wow, we really should have held on to those better, but I guess we're weak children, so we couldn't. But it's like, how did we know that it wasn't Eternatus, like, you know, psychic moving these away from us so that we would lose our power like that? We make a lot of, like, hasty conclusions, that's what I'm saying. And we're very lucky that it all works out, right? So I guess we'll use the guard spec here, because that's why we bought it. Okay, well, everyone's getting their abilities out of the way, thank you. Oh, I was down. We certainly didn't need as many X special attacks as I'm used to. Max Woman, he didn't hit me. It's a bit bad that he's hitting double, because double will, double edge, so double will die, which is slow because it'll swap in something, but it can happen. Unfortunately, this is largely RNG, how much the wolves do damage. No! Okay, that's also terrible. That double input screwed me over, and also I have to click extra sensory, so I wasted time earlier choosing extra sensory, sadly. I thought it was gonna remember it, but clearly not. We help out with damage a little bit, so I think maybe we can do it. As long as double doesn't die, and we do some damage here, maybe, just maybe, we can do 2 rounds. It's gonna be tight. Because I've done 2 rounds with Sobble, like, just guard spec and icy wind, right? So golding by that much. Ah, come on. Okay, well, if doubles does it. No, he doesn't. Because if double had gone first, but instead he gets hit, damn. Because if he double edged it, he wouldn't send out a new Pokemon, and he would probably kill Eternatus, and it would have been a victory. But instead we're doing like a 3 round, 4 round. I don't know. We could even save some time if it was only possible to do Suicune instead of Eternatus, because then we wouldn't have to go to the menu to swap them. So it's saving time on PB clearly, but we're losing time to gold probably. I mean, not yet, so it's gonna be close, but I don't think it's gonna gold, unfortunately. And since it won't gold, sub 420 is probably dead, because as you can see, there's only 2 seconds, so it would have to tie gold, or ideally a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. So sub 420 is dead. Damn it! I knew it! I just knew it! Oh well, fine, whatever. It's fine. Like, it's very close. But yeah, any number, like, any number of mistakes, like, there's 100 places where, like, a small difference would have made the sub 420. But it should still be the second fastest Suicune run. Yeah, because second fastest Suicune run is 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 58 seconds. So unless I screw up on Leon, which, you know, fingers crossed, it could still happen. But, you know, I have Suicune to back up, so I mean, I don't think, like, we're at risk of, like, wiping out necessarily, but it will be a very slow fight, and I could lose the second place Suicune if, yeah, if things go poorly. always check that your bag is sitting right on your shoulders. Brush off the dirt on your pants, apparently, because, you know, every time. Or trousers, I guess, we're in England now. Still funny that we have a level 79 Suicune, legendary Pokemon, and we swapped the level 61 instead. It's like, what? But there you go. Okay, well, that's certainly not the movement that you wanted, but there is no 16-second gold on Leon. Not for me anyway, but I doubt that it would be possible. Like, it's not. Oh well, this is certainly not the way to do it. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, it's choking so hard. It shouldn't matter, but I'm going into the focus. I should stop. What happened? So, because like Suicune isn't doing me any favor here. We're just back to the regular old case, you know. Well, if my special attack is bad, I'll be hitting ranges here. But I mean, if I get the Charizard and oh no, it's not quite dead, then I have to send out Suicune. I'm pretty sure Suicune will be able to like finish off Charizard because I should be fast enough. And even though he can max overgrowth, I have a feeling that it won't one-shot me. He's very high level though, but Suicune is very, very strong. So, I mean, you can see the difference between Suicune and Scyther. With Scyther, I was constantly afraid of dying, and rightly so, because I did die a lot of the time. Suicune, I did die on Pierce, but it was like a number of fights hitting me in a row, and then primarily the poison that did it. So this is a terrible run, but like almost anything would have made the sub 420. And we could have easily saved 5 minutes here by just being a more experienced any % with DLC runner or a more experienced Suicune runner, so. The 414 there shouldn't be too hard to grab. Like, that's still not the best Suicune run, but the 414 isn't so bad than like overall. We'll have a look at that after this fight. Yes, I should focus so I don't screw up in the very, very, very end of the run. Because that has happened in the past. My shopping probably wasn't so wise. I mean, shopping the 1 XP and the 1 guard spec would have been enough. But I wanted to be safe, which was unnecessary, I guess. But Shadow Ball? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I should have gone up. Whatever. Well, at least I didn't get special defense drop, so that's good. Oh, really? Oh. It's a range with bad special attacks, so oh boy, we have bad special attack. Oh no. Oh no. Well, we have full restores. Should we use one? We should probably use one. Yeah, we use one in here. It's a terrible fight. It can happen, but I'm glad it didn't happen on a run I really cared about. This would have been such a heartbreak on a good... oh, he also used the first. Okay, well, I guess we'll just go again. Is he gonna... No. Yeah, he's gonna King Shield, isn't he? This would have been the worst thing imaginable, like for Sobble run that was like in good pace. Okay, oh, I really bad special attack, clearly. See, the thing is, like, maybe I didn't need to full restore that. I could have flamethrowered. But the thing is, if I had that bad special attack, then I also have a range on Charizard, and I didn't want to like have to full restore on Charizard, or like die on Charizard more likely. Turns out though the range was so bad that I didn't hit it the second time either, so maybe it's not even a range, so I don't know. But 154, maybe we survive the Charizard. If we don't survive the Charizard, it'll be damaged, we'll die, we'll send out Suicune to finish it off. I'm thinking that's gonna have to be good enough, right? We will want to... We'll want to flamethrower Rillaboom because we don't trust. We have bad special attacks, so we'll want to flamethrower. Hey, we reached level 80. Imagine just not rare candying Suicune would have actually also got a sub 420. Well, actually not anymore since this Leon fight went so bad. Actually, with this bad Leon fight, it was never gonna happen. Like when I had arrived at that point, like it was only gonna happen if I had more golds. But we're gonna lose some serious time here. So it looks like it has extra Pokemon inside. It's like missile launch chambers. It's kind of weird. Interesting design. But now it's dead. Now it's a dead design. So yeah, we haven't even started this Dynamax Pokemon, but we're at 2010. We should still get sub 422 though. Like, it shouldn't take a full 2 minutes. Although I say that, but if I don't kill Charizard here, we have some time loss. But Eternal is just weird because he can't Dynamax himself, but I feel they tuned him up in power because of that. And Dynamax Cannon is, of course, a very strong move. But, so, I mean, this isn't even gonna sub 421. It's getting closer than I liked. What? This Leon fight is the absolute worst. But okay, at least it killed Charizard. But it's not even sub 421. Oh well, that was a terrible Leon fight. I have... Outside of the one that I threw, I have never had as bad a Leon fight. Even PB's was better, and that one like, got paralyzed and had to YOLO the not X-speeding and stuff, so... Well, there you have it, 421.11. Quite a lot better than the 445.45 we had with Scyther yesterday, but still not a very good run. But I'll take it, and I think I'll submit it, actually. Yeah, since I am going to do that, I'll stop the recording here.